Right, thank you, Manthu Ba'h, and welcome everybody to another Wu-Sabat Outformation class out of the UK from All Eyes in Egypt, Midlands and the North. We are doing the Other Circle of Existence Part 4 for this month, and then the final part will be in 2 weeks' time. So if you've just joined us for the first time, welcome. For those who have been here before, welcome as well. So we'll do a brief recap on what we've covered in the previous parts, but then there's a lot to cover today, so we want to get through what we want to talk about in today's session. So we'll walk you through how you can interact with us. Welcome to those who are joining us on Facebook Live. There are details if you want the full interactive experience to join us on the Zoom platform, as we're not always monitoring the Facebook chat while the class is going on. So if you do want to ask questions directly, then use the link for class 1 to join us on the Zoom platform itself. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, I'm not going to run the polls just because we've been having some trouble with those on the Zoom platform. But if you can hear me okay, similar to what we've done the last time, if you want to put a 1 in the chat. If you cannot hear me properly, then put a 0 in the chat. So 1 if you can hear me clearly over the own chant, and 0 if you cannot, or if there's problems with the sound. So can you hear me clearly over the Om chant? So 1 for clear and 0 for not clear.
We have ones.
We have ones. Okay, excellent. And the second aspect to that then is, can you see the screen? Okay, so you should be able to see a picture of a newspaper and some graphics. So can you see the screen okay? If you cannot, then you may need to swipe left or right on your device. So yes, so 1 if you can see the screen okay, and 0 if you cannot.
We have ones.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so we're going to open, excuse me, open the class with a Partak Yud from the Sabian culture. We are United Sabians Worldwide. So the class is being brought to you by All Eyes in Egypt, Midlands and the North, and the culture of Wu-Sabat, as we are known as Sabians, or Musbatu in the Sabatic language. So we're going to answer with, with a positive affirmation, helping us to connect with our ancestors, so we can have a positive class today, that I may convey the words of our master teacher and our ancestors, and that you receive it and understand it okay. If you don't, then ask questions to do so. So let's focus on some concentration and start with Partak Yud. Adoy Kaleh Namazurat Wu Fakur Ame Kasam Un Empa Paut Anuki Jawef Pa Ashuk Empa Paut Wu Kaleh Ashuk Kawun Jawef Neya Anuki Kasam Un Empa Paut Wu Pa Paut Kawun Kasam Un Em Neya Anuki Wahu Ameh Pa Paut Wu Pa Paut Kawun Wahu Ameh Neya Nakuk Kadur Naju Ameh Kasam Un Empa Paut Wu Khabub Ameh Mushachas Un Nakuk Kadur Kawan Kaleh Pafef Nakuk Tayur Jawef Pa Paut Ameh Wase Ameh Tayarni Kawun Lakei Bakoy Jawef Pa Paut Anuki Abed Bin Afashni Pa Paut Kawun Anuki Pa Paut Kadur Nakuk Kadur Pa Paut Amul Nakuk Amul. So positive affirmation there, Partak Yud, from our Sabian culture, known by some as the all expanding prayer. Now, if you just join us for the first time, just a quick introduction about the webinar and how we use the platform. So to your left, obviously on your panel here, you see audio settings. So if you need to adjust them or you're changing your audio device or whatever, then you can do so by clicking on that and selecting the correct option. And then we've got three icons, the chat icon here, raise hand, and then we've got Q&A. So if you've got feedback that's not questions, excuse me, then select everyone as your distribution option and then post your message, positive, negative, could be references, different things or whatever while class is going on. Feel free to post messages in the chat. And then this is an interactive session, so there's ways to ask questions. So the first way is to come in live, speak to me directly as your student teacher for today. And you can ask the questions directly by raising your hand. When prompted, so we'll periodically ask the facilitators, are there any questions or raised hands? And then what will happen is this message will appear on your screen once prompted, so your name will be called. Simply unmute yourself and then you're able to ask your question. If you've dialed in today, then those options are slightly different. So you need to press *9 to raise your hand and *6 when prompted to unmute yourself and then mute yourself back again. So once we give you the ability to unmute yourself, we asked you do have the ability to mute yourself and unmute yourself at will. So please just stay on mute once you've asked your question as to not disturb the rest of the proceedings today. Obviously, if you've got more questions, then again, just raise your hand and go through the process again. Now, if you don't want to come through live, then you can place a written question and the facilitator will ask that question on your behalf. So you can place that in at any time. Obviously, when somebody's doing it in writing, sometimes depending on the way the question's asked, if we've not answered it correctly, then please just ask further questions or put comments or whatever, so that we can get you the clarity that you require. So it's an interactive session. Do not sit there in ignorance. If something's not clear, then it's better you ask the question and then get clarification rather than sit there and you go away not understanding what we're talking about. So it's not about us sounding heavy. It's about you going away learning something new. Yeah, so this is a class for all intents and purposes, and as best as possible we will give you references and things that you should be going away researching and seeking confirmation of what you learn about today. Now, we don't have any poll questions today, but periodically we may do, and so that's just to test the learning that you're picking up from these classes. Right, okay, so let's do a quick introduction today. So it's important, as I say, in terms of being ontologists, yeah, so the science of the essence of thing. We're interested in the source of where things come from. And so it's important that when you interact with any organization or pick up any book, etc., that you do some research, i.e. a thorough research maybe on the roots of that organization or the roots of the author, to see how they're using words and why they're using certain definitions. Yes, you need to sit behind that, because particularly in English, just because somebody uses a word, it doesn't always mean the same thing to that person. So you need to, as we sort of try and break this, or not try, but we break this spell, that you need to understand what perspective a person is coming from to understand why they're speaking in a certain way and what a certain sentence may mean, or say what they are trying to convey in terms of message. Now, us as the Kadem Mukmatu, so that translates as ancient Egyptians, had our own spiritual science. Yeah, and what's important to understand is that particularly with that culture, because if you think about various civilizations as they recall, or use that word, it's not a word that we would use, but if you use that word civilizations, then many have claimed to reach certain heights in terms of development. And ours in ancient Africa, one of the things that was clear, which we sort of try to make or convey in this class, is about their connection to the heavens, or our connection to the heavens, and how we basically ensuring that we were in sync with nature. We didn't just have a separate kind of religious practice. Our whole lifestyle and way of living was done in a way to stay in sync with natural nature, because we recognize that we were the descendants of our higher ancestors, who the Tamareans referred to as the Natharu, which translates as overseers. And therefore, our evolutionary pathway as their children obviously would be to become them at a certain point. So they're where they are, and we're where we are. And as we grow, we are growing into what they are now. Yeah, but we're not there yet. Obviously, that's what a child is, isn't it? A child grows into what their parents are. So yes, they are the same, but through growth, you're going to grow into what your parents are. And if it's the natural and positive way of living in our society is working, then we're going to exceed what our parents have done. And so in that lifestyle and way or culture, it was done to be in sync with nature and nature's system, nature being the highest form of technology, understood? And we put the word natural nature because we're acknowledging that an intelligence created, or outintelligence into intelligence created that state or set of rules called nature, which works within and governs existence. So this is why we are matriarchal, because, and the importance of this class is explaining, because that system in place, understood, was based on nature, understood, and it started with the feminine principles first. So a lot of the time in this instance, when you're dealing with Wu-Sabat and some of the safaf, or the hieroglyphs that we showed you in the previous parts to that, one of them that related to the mother was the owl, correct? Yeah, Ba'h B'ah, the owl, yeah, which symbolized the M symbol. And we was explained to you before about how M, and we'll go back over this, but how the M, which you see as the letter M, and then when you look at, for example, the Hebrew word M-E-M, understand, or Aleph Meh, when you look at that word, for example, that word means mother. In Arabic, it's English equivalent would be U-M, and that also means mother. So that M is the first letter for mother. Even in these patriarchal religions, monotheistic religions, when you look at the certain key words, it goes back to the starting point, which is the woman. Do you understand? In fact, the when you look up the in the Islamic degree, understood, when they talk about Allah, understood, talk about Allah being the yielder, look up the word yielder in Arabic. Yeah, look it up in Arabic in your own time or your own research. Yeah, talk about him being the yielder. What does that word mean? Yielder in Arabic. So a lot of things, when we go back to our culture, started with the female. And why we were referencing Ba'h B'ah or Bawam as the owl is because owls see in the darkness. And so our culture, understood, and the science of Wu-Sabat should enable us to see into the darkness. And what do we mean by darkness? We're talking about the world of things, understood? Yeah, so you have some things, S-U-M dot thing, yeah, so something that sums up to something that has a tangible weight, versus nothing or no thing, which we think was nothing, guys, in non-existing, but that's not the case. N-O dot thing, no thing, as in doesn't have an atomic weight. So therefore, in their scientific world, it was considered to be theoretical. However, in our culture, we're talking about the cause that cause and effect. So the world of things is where we come from. And so because owls can see in the darkness, us seeing in that darkness, because the woman represents that darkness, obviously with the womb, understood? Yeah. It's dark inside the womb. She's an internal creature, and the majority of existence that we see out there is darkness. It's not light. Understood? 90% of existence is darkness. 90% of existence is that nothingness space. And then within that, the world that we see, something exists within that to make the thing whole, i.e. the extra 10%. Understood? And so that dark matter, that they're talking about, and dark energy, or the world of things, we have to understand that as we peer into the darkness, that is where real creation, real growth, the real intelligence into intelligence, that's where our origin, if you have to use that word, starts from. Existence before creation. Understood? So in order for, even in their religious degrees, in order for a God in, let's say, Matthew chapter 6 verse 9, our Father who are in heaven, or their Father from our context, who are in heaven, in order for him to be in heaven, which heaven then is in space and time, you understand, in a certain location, and if he existed, then he will be matter or material, understood, because he's in a place, and heaven is deemed to be a physical location, because Jesus was able to come from there here, and even return from here to there, understood? So it's a physical place, a location, and it's not all places, because if it was all places, then he could not be in the place, he would be the place, understood? And heaven is not everywhere. So heaven is a place in a certain type of location that people in the religious world say that they are going to at a certain point. So if they're going to that place called heaven, then heaven is not everywhere. Understood? So we're here where we are, and we're not in heaven. Otherwise you couldn't travel and go there. The point being, the point being made is that if he exists, if God is there in heaven, then he exists. So he's part of existence. So if he created all of this according to what they believe in their religious degrees, he had to exist first. So existence is superior to creation, as the darkness obviously is far superior to the light, because the creation is what you see, understood? But the steps before leading up to that growth starting, that's what we're not paying attention to. And it's one of the reasons why in religion they want to push the woman into the background. Understood? But now, of course, that would be a negative thing, understood, in terms of suppression. But if we looked at it with maybe slightly different eyes, and not by way of their behavior, of course the woman would be in the background, because without the background there is no foreground. Understood? The blackboard, understood, if we wrote on a blackboard, for example, with a piece of white chalk, yes, you're paying attention to the mark that is made on the board, but really it's the non-space that makes the space relevant. So when you draw on the board, for example, and you see that white chalk mark, the non-space makes the line relevant. And the issue is that we have been so focused on the mark that's being made by the white chalk, and not the blackboard, because the blackboard has always been here. Yeah, the white chalk, for example, to make the mark on the board has not always been here. It came along afterwards. Understood? And so, bringing it all back around again, the reason why a Sabian, with the science of Wu-Sabat, eyes are being opened, because you should not be ignorant of the darkness. That symbol of the owl, or the mother, the M, means that you should have awareness and now knowledge and be able to see and appreciate that darkness. Because if you look at our skin color and the range of skin colors, we're closer to that than what we are to the, we're closer to the darkness than we are to the light. Understood? As the way they have it, which really means fire. And so that starts off with understanding the woman first, because existence precedes creation. Everybody keeps talking about creator this, creator that, etc. But the creator had to exist first, and it's existence that we're interested in. Hence, when you hear us saying about that all prayer, I am part of all, or the all expanding. Yeah, I am part of the all expanding. Yeah, let's go back to it because and translate it back into English properly for everybody. But if we work through it, it says, I am in the divine love of the all expanding, and all divine love is in me. I am a part of the all expanding, and the all expanding is a part of me. I am one as the all expanding, and the all expanding is one as me. I can succeed as a part of the all expanding and fail as an individual person. I can be all that I want in the all expanding, as long as my want is to stay in the all expanding. I am never by myself. The all expanding is I am. The all expanding can, I can. The all expanding does, I do. So maybe overly simplistically saying, this is talking about or referencing the fact that we are part of existence. And all can mean all dealing with existence. But if we were speaking about ourselves as a group of people, that all would still apply. You understand? In terms of us being a planetary nation or race, it would apply in us being living for and by one another, because the rules of a thing and all things are exactly the same. And we were making this point the last time, the fact that yes, you are a universe and you have 24 trillion or so cells obviously in your body, but yet one of those cells has the code that references all of you. And actually, if you think about when you donate a piece of yourself in order to produce a child, that has all of you contained within the part. So for supreme beings, the rule of what's in a part is the same as what is in the whole. And this is something that we have to learn to understand. We're saying it all the time, but recognize that, okay, in order for me to say I can or I am, it's because I grew out of a whole. Understood? And because within existence, if you think about all of existence, i.e. the omniverse, understood, the omniverse itself as a whole would be still. Things move within the omniverse or the whole. Yeah, because you can't define that all, you can't add to it, you can't take away from it. But within it, things move. So ultimately, within that primary existence, there's stillness. And then within that, there is motion. Understood? And things, and growth, etc. And ultimately, as we're going to work through in this class today, we are part of those things, or we are those things, yeah, as supreme beings, having that link all the way back to the very origin, maybe the better way to say it, rather than saying beginning. Yeah, origin of things, where in certain states, things have always existed. So this is why, going back all the way around that long introduction, is to say that in order to understand existence, in order to understand creation within existence, you have to understand the woman or the womb man. And we knew, or let's at least understand, or were informed by the science of Wu-Sabat, that What takes place in the rules of out space and in space are exactly the same. So what takes place for us in the heavens is basically going to take place the same on earth. Understood? Which is what they stole that concept in their prayer, where they tried to say, "Oh, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in the heavens." But they never replicated the heavens on earth. Only us as the Kadem Mukmatu replicated the heavens on earth to keep the connection with the Natharu, the overseers, which are perceived as sons. Yeah, so by staying in sync, understood, that kept us in line with what they expected or wanted for their children, and so to enable or help us in our evolutionary pathway. Yeah, on the rules of being, becoming, became, because we're transforming into supreme beings or becoming supreme beings again. Yeah, from that dead or mentally dead state, that hybrid that was created not only physically but in mind, yeah, of this Negro, understood, from the 400-year so-called, not so-called, but kidnapping, so-called slave trade, but nothing was traded. Yes, a hybrid was created when they forcibly intercepted our genetics, yeah, which was a person that looked like us, but thought like them, understand? And also neutrinoid. A neutrinoid is where you've got they take the best of every race and merge it into one composite being, understood? Some say mixed race, understood? But taken from every race and merge it into one being. So that being could think like them, yeah, the Muadamu, the Mukasu, the Caucasoid, but look like us, or we'd be able to withstand the rays of the sun. But you can be neutrinoid physically, but you can also be neutrinoid in mentality. Yeah, where you see a lot of people acting like them, but look like us. And many of us, particularly grown up in the West, have had to utilize the healing power of Wu-Sabat to unravel that. And it may even still be in certain aspects of your personality where we are unnaturally living in the image and after the likeness of another race of people. This is unnatural behavior. It's not so we can't learn from whoever on all humanity, obviously on the planet Earth, but as I say, it's important to understand that the way we came in, understood, was a specific, very specific pathway of how we arrived here by way of our woman. They're tying into DNA, genes of a specific frequency, and our mother's imagination or image nation led to us arriving here. So the fact of the matter is that set of specifics means that in physical life, you have a certain way of living, understood, that you also have to i.e. live by in order to be optimum within this physical environment, in order for you to fulfill your potential or maximize your growth potential, in the same whilst you're in creation. Creation, remember, in Wu-Sabat means growth into form or system. Destruction means changing form or system. So if you didn't know what you were growing into, then how could you optimize your behaviors to achieve the end result? No one told you. They told you were men and women. Understand? And as we get into the Safaf today, you're going to see, this is interesting. These words Zazaz, for example, that means man, and Zazatat, which means woman, understood in Sabat, and look at the symbols, and we'll see whether or not they have that divine connection by way of the hieroglyphics, or the Safaf, as they call it. So this is a long-winded way of saying, yes, that when we're talking about leaders and teachers, you have to look into the background. We have to look into the darkness. We're interested in the cause and effect, to find out, okay, well, how was that individual arrived? Their background obviously is important, isn't it? Yeah, somebody can serve you a meal from a restaurant on the table, yes, but some people, I'm not going to put myself always in that category, But some people pay attention to the details, isn't it? They know, this tastes nice, but they can explain why, what spices have been used, how it was made, etc., etc. Now, we can enjoy the light or the end result, but should we be interested in what's happening in the kitchen, how the meal was created, what was the attitude of the chef when they were cooking it? Were they positive or negative? You understand? What ingredients were being used? Yeah, was it hygienic? So on and so forth. So when we've ended up in a world that we were born into, which we had no control of, this is why it's necessary now for us to be stepping back, because it appears, based on this cancer of a disease called racism, that it's not optimized for people of color. It's called black people, Nagarnadu, Negroids. Not optimized for us. In fact, the system is set up in a way where they're constantly set up where they're giving money to themselves. That's the way the system's set up. Constantly finding ways, how can we give money to ourselves as Muadamu or Caucasians? You look at your programs, game shows, different things. How can we make money giving money to ourselves? That's what we tend to watch a lot of the time. And when it involves us, generally speaking, there's some way where we're being exploited, where they feed off of our pain. Whether it's in the music industry, particularly in the media industry, that's music, television, cinema, so on and so forth. If you really analyze what's going on, a lot of the so-called entertainment is based off of our pain. Which ties back into monotheism. The god Monos, is the god, or the first part of monotheism is Monos, comes the word Monos, the god of sarcasm and pain. So the system is sarcastic to us, because the sarcasm is giving the impression it's equal. So yes, it is equal, isn't it? We say the system says innocent until proven guilty, but yet think about it. For a lot of you, when you step into certain environments, you are guilty, seeking to prove yourself innocent. So it's not the same for everybody here on the planet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have laws that are deemed to protect, so-called protect people, from discrimination, so on and so forth. So the details are important, in all instances. And when you see the lack of appreciation for the sacred feminine, it shows our ignorance in terms of understanding the environment that we're all in, helped by monotheistic religion, which never explained in any meaningful way how we arrived here, how we got here, how the world was created, so on and so forth, in any way that made reason, any way that could be reasoned out. Because if something can be reasoned out, there would then be no gaps. There would be no need for further questions, because in reasoning it out, all questions and answers match. But when we look at their story, it doesn't reason out based on our observation of the environment that we see around us. So your culture, in the healing that was being brought by Wu-Sabat, needed to correct that. It needed to have us coming out of that ignorant, dead, mentally dead state, and being able to see in the darkness once again and be informed by that darkness, what was taking place in there. Our intelligence needed to inform our intelligence. So something in that divine design is being conveyed in this design, understood, and so there's correlation there. Hence why they would say, okay, that cell is similar to a solar system. You as Negroids or Nagarnadu, understood, are recalled the terrestrial representation of the sun. You yourself being a universe. which means to verse energy into one form, having come from a dual verse. So when we're talking about Sacred Femi-nine, it's not jumping on the coattails of women. It's giving us greater insight, because that representation from this perspective on this plane is giving us insight into the elements of existence that in this current state we cannot see. But the result of what is being conveyed and communicated, excuse me, helps to give us insight on what is actually there. Hence the word out-telligence. Something is telling the genes outside, and that same design is being communicated with that link all the way back to the very origin of things. And it gives you a clue of the who, what, where, why, and how of things, understood, and how that same divine design, if you want to call it that, is present even now within us, having a link all the way back to the original. Hence why we have the answers to the questions, of all the answers to the questions that the world is asking. Do you understand? Of the real origin of where things came from, and in actuality, what we are growing into, and what is our destination point, or our destiny, according to our genetics and DNA. So it's important when you do, when you start with an organization, to do that thorough research, because you don't want to be in a state of ignorance. It's easy to believe, which is the acceptance of things that one does not know. But our journey is to seek confirmation. And so I'm not interested in belief. We're seeking confirmation. And this is why it's important, as you really understand the role of the Sacred Femi-nine and what it represents, is why there's no room for speculation, you understand, and belief when you're dealing with factual results, understand, or the results that came from not only the alchemy, but the pure mathematics of natural nature. There's no room for speculation, understand? There's room for confirmation, which is what we should be seeking out, understood? And if you look at what religion is doing, or monotheistic religion particularly is doing, it is about speculation, understood? It's not about confirmation. It's making assumptions to some degree of what took place, or what is to take place. And then when you look at it, we didn't even confirm that the people or prophets and so on and so forth that they were mentioned in their books even existed before we started getting into the detail of, well, what color were they, where were they from, what tribe, who said this or who said what, etc. Well, first and foremost, were they real? Outside of the author's imagination. To say that we're going to be following after them, do you understand? To say that, you know, if you're following the Muslim degree, for example, that you're a Western person walking about dressed like an Arab, you understand, in an environment that's not a desert environment. But people are walking around in the Western hemisphere playing Arab, understood? And you think about the kind of temperatures that we can certainly hear in England, that's not always desert dress environment. I think it's never desert dress environment. We're not in the desert. So we have ourselves playing a lot of these roles of characters that we haven't even confirmed even existed. And even if they did exist, were they for or against you as a race of people? And if they were against, then whatever their culture, religious practices that they were following is not for you. The same way when you came into this world, your mother gave you a certain configuration. Understand? You were born, and your DNA made sure that you were going to look a certain way. And as a result of that, that means that certain food is beneficial for you than other food. In the sense, certain environments are more beneficial for you than other environments. It's a unique set of requirements that are needed to optimize you. And so that's what your religion should be doing for you. It should be connecting you in or plugging you in to natural nature. As you grow into this life, understood, then the external information or source should be shaping you to become what natural nature intended you to be. And if it's not doing that, or it's causing you to basically live in the image and after the likeness of another race, then that's you working for them. That's not you working in accordance with natural nature. The same way in a relationship, a man or a woman are not supposed to emulate their partner. Now, you can be interested in what your partner is into, but you're not supposed to morph into them. This is unnatural behavior. Understand? Now, that doesn't mean that people shouldn't work together in a partnership setting. But you are you, they are they, understood? And you see the world through your own set of unique eyes, but your higher intelligence should enable you to have the power to understand that we are a collective, understood? Yeah, one soul with many different personalities at a certain level, and how you work with each other, but you don't necessarily become each other, understood, in that regard. So when we're looking at our organization, we pay attention to who the founder of our organization, Dr. Malachi KZ or ZK York or Clan, who his parents are, because clearly whatever that divine recipe was led to the ability, as I say, for our ancestors to convey a certain message to us in this day and time necessary for our growth and development. So Mary Abba Akran York, also known as Fatima, is the mother of the founder of United Sabians Worldwide, Dr. Malachi KZ York, born June 26, 1945, and his mother, Sacred Femi-nine, Mary Abba Akran York, also known as Fatima, birthed March 10th. So in our system, she occupied the role as we came into the knowledge of who and what we are, and our culture was beginning to reassert itself through Wu-Sabat. She occupied the role as the clan mother, understood? And you can see her there in the clan mother attire, which is one of the ways that we would manage our culture and society. Not the only way, but one of the ways in which we manage that culture and society, based upon, let's say, certain principles of how creation works within existence. Understood? And the 9 Femi-nine and 9 clan mothers, but you have an original supreme or grand mother, understood, that gave birth to those 9. Understood? Yes. And so our system of governance is based upon natural nature's rules. Yeah. And in accordance with it means it's optimized living for us. Yeah. So her daughter, through the mitochondrial line, now occupies the seat of clan mother. And so now she has transitioned, understood, who is Kimamtat Mutpataret Atum Raye, understood. But Mary Abba Akran York is the mother of Dr. Malachi Z, Kabila York. And his father, Al-Hafdi Abdul Rahman Al-Mahdi, birthed in 1922 from a very famous Mahdi family there, and also ties into Ghana, but because from the Sacred Femi-nine line, that doesn't carry in your lineage directly. So then obviously you only inherit your genes from your father, you understand, not from your great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, so on and so forth, you understand? So the sacred masculine lineage is not the same as the mitochondrial lineage. And in actuality, we look at how certain orders are set up, or how our orders, were set up. It was designed to mimic those characteristics in that regard, how you deal with lineage or lineage, as they refer to it as. But nonetheless, a very powerful family line there, going all the way back to as Sayyid Muhammad al-Mahdi or Ahmad al-Mahdi, who was, we always say this on the class, but is a master Karama, a spiritualist, understood, not Sudanese originally in origin, but obviously from the Dongolawi tribe, tying back into, us as academic matter, or the ancient Egyptians, understood, but one who certainly understood, although, as I say, through the guise, or as it was being expressed at that time, through the degree of Islam, certainly had great insight, understood, into the our way of life called Wu-Sabat, or the true science of the, let's say, ancient Egyptians, and had mastered, let's say, elements of natural nature, where he was able to use nature as the form of, which is really Khamem Magas, you understand, black magic, which is black magic is when you are black and the forces of nature work for you, understood, and use those to deal with invaders into our lands and move them out, as in the case of many of our great ancestors who, as I say, drove the Muadam or Mukasu out of Africa, back in across the burning sands, back into Europe when they sought to invade our lands. Yeah, so definitely an interesting lineage there, tying us back into not only Ghana as a lineage, but also into ancient Egypt by way of that line. And let's say very quickly, so this is Dr. Malachi Z York as Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi in the degree or schools we were in. And our ancestors use this mechanism called an Amun Nabab Reye Hakta as a vehicle or vessel that allows our ancestors to convey certain messages to us in this day and time to aid our transformation from mortals back into Nawep Mukwan again, supreme beings once again. And so, as I say, we don't find ourselves using archaeology, paleontology, and these things to find out about our past, because we are connected clearly to the mental reservoir of information referred to as the mental, understood, and we have a the Ka'ah in line with our brain allows us to draw down outformation coming to us in the form of information to come in to our brain, which we're referring to that connection as mind, M-I-N-D, but obviously that is referring to as mind, M-I-N-E, my portion or my individual portion of that mental reservoir. So this particular being is the or the Amun Nabab Raya Hakta, is the connection between, as I say, our ancestors who are where they are, highly further, much further along and developed, being able to communicate what is necessary to their children in order to perfect them on their evolutionary or growth or ascension journey, as it were. And so we receive guidance in that regard, as all races do, to connect with their ancestors, and this is the one that was sent to us. Understood? Now, just me saying it is one thing. One has to seek confirmation of that, and identify and understand how that process or system works for our race. Understand? Which is often difficult to find because most of the knowledge that we're dealing with is based on his story as opposed to our story. So the ancient Egyptians referred to this Amun Nabab Raya Hakta as Tahuti. Understand? And say it's a vehicle or a vessel that allows our ancestors to communicate with us. You think about the hourglass principle. Yeah, you've got an hour, it's got the sand at the top, the center point or orb, and then you've got, so that's many coming into the one, then coming back out to the many again at the bottom. Yeah, going through this filter or orb in the center. Understood? And why is that necessary? Well, as we have expressed before, the fact of the matter is, in one generation, yes, the parents and children just can become unaligned in just the way they see the world. And so the same way sometimes you have to alter the way you speak in order to speak to a group of young people, for example, as an adult, and speak on their particular level, you have to understand that our ancestors, who are not getting involved in the details of physical life, understood, have to create a vehicle or vessel that at least understands how it is to live as a human being from time to time, and therefore tailor the doctrine that is going to help them accordingly. Understood? And so this is why you have teachers born into the world physically in order to perform that task effectively, because they don't deal with failure. Understand? It's succeed or not succeed, isn't it? Yeah. So they have to ensure that when they're coming in to do a certain job, that job is going to be done effectively. And certainly for us as a people are a difficult client group, if you want to use that word, or set of family to work with, because we're hard of hearing. Understand? If you look in the old books, Supreme Mathematics series, when they go and give descriptions of extraterrestrials, or when you read the one about human beings, it's not necessarily a great description, not a potential in there, but dealing with us as individuals who have sizable egos is very difficult. You understand? Especially with the added disadvantage of the spell, which makes it difficult for us to recognize leadership in our own skin color. Always pre-programmed to challenge, understood, those who look like us, who come to convey a certain message. So if you look at the many teachers who have come to raise or reawaken our consciousness, we've always given them a hard time. Do you understand? And even in certain instances, offered them up for sacrifice to the Makasu, leading them to being killed maybe before their allotted time. So this combination was necessary to deal with the religious degrees. So Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi was the physical essence, and then El-Khadir, the green one as it was known, there to deal with, as I say, the religious degrees. You understand? Really, these monotheistic religions that we have sort of grown up with have really damaged our understanding of the reality of existence and the environment around us. Understood? Creating a very mythological characteristics around the way we see things and how the world, etc., is put together, and more importantly, who and what we are. Understood? Because it makes it look like we're this kind of groveling, low individual that always needs forgiveness for all the things that we're doing, and hasn't really raised us properly to see that we are supreme beings, understood, and created individuals that are ready and willing to take responsibility. It's in fact helped to make us subservient to other races, and this is what needed to be unraveled within us. So this combination was necessary to deal with the religious degrees, officially from 1970 down to around 1996, with the introduction of the Holy Tablets, a book that bridged religion and reality, understood, by giving us really all of the stories in various different cultures, or certainly prominent stories in different cultures around the world, so that we could see that, hey, this sort of Genesis biblical story that we had kind of grown up with, actually, if you go to Sumeria, they've got a version. If you go to India, they've got a version. Do you understand? You go to China, they've got a version. So different prominent key books were compiled in a way where it would be easiest for us to start seeing or picking up in some of these patterns that led to us being spellbound. Do you understand? But all the way you were getting spoon-fed, one might say, with your ancient Egyptian culture. Do you understand? But maybe we didn't have the eyes to see what was really going on at that time because of the state of ignorance that we found ourselves in. Do you understand? Nonetheless, it was relevant and useful because having so many different cultures mixing with our genes over the years, we have maybe genes that not by choice are actually within our system. Do you understand? So we have that adverse side and we have a positive side. So we have the side of our true ancestors, the Natharu, but we also have that Anunnaki side as well. So it was necessary for you to have control. You need to understand about all of your nature, both the positive and negative sides of that. And so, you know, for example, that we as the, say it's ancient Egyptians, when you look at the center, for example, of the Endora star map, you see the hippopotamus, understood, where it deals with both sides in the sign of our nature. Reptilians who are also mammals. Yeah, so both sides of the nature needed to be dealt with. This is why the teacher that was sent is a combination of those both to deal with all aspects of our nature. Yeah, our agreeable side, but also our negative, deceptive side, and say lazy side, so on and so forth, to give us a solution that would correct those things for those who wish to undertake that pathway and really work to correct themselves. An ongoing job, obviously, from birth all the way to the point of transition. So this combination now was readied to take us into the next level, for all things now to be unmasked, symbolism to be removed, and you to really find out who and what you are, and what was necessary now for you to fully become that supreme being once again. So that combination was Dr. Malachi Z.K. York, and the internal being there, the real out-intelligence into intelligence, Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn, as he's known in this day and time. Do you understand? So this has happened thousands of times over to realign us as a people, as I say, back with natural nature and with Parnathara once again. So relatively long introduction for about an hour for those joining us for the first time. So if there's any questions before we get into part 4 detail today, we'll take them now. Any questions?
I'm looking, and so far there's no questions.
Right. So I think we've done a reasonable job in the first 3 parts of this of making the point that really there's no before us. Yeah. But what's happened is that, particularly in terms of symbolism, many have taken our symbols, utilized them, but not given us due credit for the origin of where certain things have come from. And as your eyes start to be opened by this information, factual information or spiritual science referred to as Wu-Sabat, starting to open up not only your physical eyes, but your mind's eye, and you're starting to see things once again. Many of this, what you're seeing, is familiar to you in a certain way, because in those genes, etc., it was aligned with your culture, but we couldn't always see the little games that were played, where people have changed things, reversed things, etc., to make themselves look like the supreme beings or the deities who are responsible for everything, or that those deities or supreme beings look like them and give the impression that they were here first, and then we as the Nagaru have been, at least in this version of the world, made to feel like we were the lowest of the low. Do you understand? And deserving of our the wicked treatment that has been imparted upon us. So a lot of work had to be done really to build up our self-esteem to the point where, hey, we would even be worthy to want to find out who we are, learn about our culture, and take pride in that once again, understood. But that stage is a certain level, understood. And once we get sort of over that aspect of ourselves, then it's time for us to really learn about the real knowledge, so to speak, and the real detail what this is all about. So that first stage, or even the process of Wu-Sabat as factual information being reintroduced us as a new spirituality for us in this day and time, was resurrecting us from mental death. Yeah, mental death is what we were suffering from as Negroes. Yeah, from Latin word negra, meaning the saying death. Mentally, we were dead. We wasn't awake. Understood, and certainly not living according to who we're supposed to be in natural nature. So let's move into where we were. So, if you haven't seen any parts, please find that on our YouTube channel, or some degree get the book, Mother Circle of Existence. Now, we were showing you, say, the symbolism, and how certain things can appear, maybe, or given the impression from a certain perspective that they can be negative or evil. But actually, when we've dealt into it, we find out, right, that's to do with our culture. That wasn't negative to us, understood. Like, some may look at the all-seeing eye, for example. You see that symbol, and to some cultures, that is an evil symbol, but it represents the sun. You understand? And the sun was not evil to us, but it's evil to you if you've got, poor protection, which your ancestors either failed or never gave you. So you've got defective genetics, and so the sun kills you, as they reference in their Bible in Malachi chapter 4, verse 2. If a symbol represents the sun, and when the sun emits its power and its rays, you don't have the natural protections and it kills you. Well, that symbol, or any symbol connected with the sun, is going to be negative to you. Rightly so. But that doesn't mean it's negative to me. And I suppose vice versa. So different symbols mean different things to different people. But one of the things that we do have to recognize is that because we were here first, of course, many of the things that are going on are going to be taken from us or copied from us. The issue is, as I say, is that they're not interested in the human story, which should be every race on the planet's story. Our story should really be every race on the planet's story, because all races came from us. No, what they want to do is true, and because of ego, they want to make it look like the point of origin or the point of beginning started with them and their culture first, and not deal with reality that they're now uncovering through their sciences of archaeology, paleontology, and so on and so forth. Do you understand? Now, at a certain point, as a people, we can't stay wrestling with them, because that's one of the parts that have come up with certain these teachers is, well, he said this, we say that. He says this and lie, we need to correct that lie and give us the factual information and show our people, no, that's all rubbish. This is how it really went. Do you understand? But there comes a point where we've gone past 6,000 years where you wasn't even on the planet. So in order for us to really understand, or the purpose, any real purpose of us teaching his stuff is for comparison. Understood? Because at certain points, you may not have an understanding of the subject that we're seeking to express. In order to do that, we have to start with what a person knows first, in order to then teach them what they don't know. And so you have to use what they call comparative studies to explain to a person what you're really seeking to express. And this is why symbolism is incredibly important as part of our culture. I think in each class that we've done started with this important quote, for those who have not been with us before, from Natural Ether Energy, which states the following: In Kadem Mahmat, verse 41, in Kadem Mahmat, ancient Egypt or Tamaray, your Salafu ancestors, Musbatu, Sabians, in Wu-Sabat, we use a Ramaz symbol to explain an example of the Olam Sakhamat, the hidden powers of visible yet invisible bara, space. So importantly, yes, the fact that the symbol has a hidden meaning is what we were expressing earlier in the introduction about this understanding of what is taking place in the darkness. Yeah, and we spent time going through this master secret in the last class, where the master teacher was explaining what he wasn't, or saying, I'm greater than a pastor, I'm greater than a pharaoh. And then you get to the point, isn't it, at the end, well, what am I? Well, I'm the 90%. What's the 90%? Dark matter, dark energy. Which, let's be honest, many of us would not have had a clue of what that was being expressed or talked about if it wasn't for Wu-Sabat, if it wasn't for the master teacher, because they don't necessarily go out their way to point those things out to us as Negroids. They don't go out their way to point out. You got to be, if you know about it, you know about it. Understand? And this doctrine of Wu-Sabat has kept us ahead of the curve, so to speak, in one sense, but also has made things that would have been kept away from us, which should be of world interest. So all occupants of this planet should be interested in, but no one was taking the time out to ensure that we knew about it. And before, we had a teacher that came along saying, hey, you need to be aware of this subject, you need to be aware of that subject, you need to be aware of X, Y, Z, you understand? In order for us to be well equipped to deal with what is to come in terms of, and take control, I suppose, of our destiny or our future once again. So in this, I suppose, new cycle of the new information that's being conveyed to us, let me just work through this to get back to where we were. It's important that we have an understanding, it's important that we have to start to have an understanding of not moving us away from that comparative study stuff. It has its place, but it's important that you master certain concepts now in Wu-Sabat. Yeah, because how we're defining things for and by us is now important. Yeah, because you're going to see when we go through some of the stuff today, its complexity, or what might feel complexity, is because we're not familiar with our culture. You understand? And so the important thing that we're seeking to convey is we need to get into the mindset of our ancestors to be able to think like how they thought, in order to understand these symbols and messages, etc., how they're used. And actually, once we get into the mindset of it, it's a lot more simple and straightforward than we think. Yeah, bad information has caused us to be confused in this damn time, where really we were already programmed with the right outformation conveyed to us in the form of information. We were already informed with the right intelligence, understood, to give us the right intelligence, yes, but poor practice, bad information, understood, has led to us in a state of confusion. You understand? The baby, for example, is already pre-programmed in an intelligence fashion with the intelligence to know to go for the mother's breast. Yeah, as a source of the nutrients it needs. It's not gonna basically seek, hey, mum, where's the SMA? Where's the powder? You understand? And water to mix. It's not going to go for that version. It's programmed to go for the optimum version. Now, I understand, look, yeah, people make choices, you know what I mean, survival, so on and so forth. And so we end up giving ourselves or working with products because the masses, or the way society's been programmed, it's done in a way that optimizes them. But them is 2/3 less than the original. Do you understand? Remember, the 999 represents the Negroid. 333 represents the Mukasu or the Caucasoid, dealing with mental capacity. Do you understand? And actually, if you look at the blacker a thing is, the more energy it has within it. Understood? And the lighter the thing is, the less energy it has within it. So you think about coal, which is black. When it fully burns out, it turns to this whitish, grayish, ashy substance. Understood? Because all the energy is burned out of it. Understood? So it's been optimized for them, but not for everyone. Yeah, they've spellbound us to thinking that one piece of advice, that one vibration, that one knowledge that he's been permeating out through the television and the media was working for everybody. You understand? When it wasn't working for us. In fact, it was designed to work against us. You understand? So these symbols and the Safaf, yeah, which you'd never learned in school, let's be honest, and they were never going to teach you in school. Don't teach you in school now. They were never going to teach you any of these things unless somebody had to apply the medicine of Wu-Sabat to make you interested in learning, because he wasn't even interested in learning. Think about most people. Yeah, they've been taught to be anti-Egypt, which is anti-Africa, or anti-ancient Egypt, which is anti-Africa. That's what the Bible teaches you to be, anti-Egypt. Egypt is in Africa, so it teaches you to be anti-Africa. Think about your Moses story and all that. That's what it's showing you. It doesn't seek you to question, man, those Pharaoh and his priests, yeah, man, what? They was able to transform staffs into snakes? They must have something going on. No, that's the work of the devil. Isn't it? Moses threw down his staff. That's a miracle. When the Pharaoh and them throw down their staff and it changes into a snake, you understand? That is magic. And magic is negative. Same thing, but as I say, from a certain perspective. So you were taught to be anti-Egypt until somebody made you interested in looking at Egypt. Even then, you got to fight against people calling themselves Egyptians who are Muslims or follow the degree of Islam. But us as the ancient Egyptians, Islam ain't got nothing to do with this. If it is, explain. Yeah, show us. You go to certain Muslim sites around the world, if you go and visit, and you see obelisks and Egyptian symbols around the place. But the question is, what has that got to do with Islam? If so, explain it. Yeah, even the most prominent physical piece of architecture, the Kaaba, is a pyramid on its side. Yeah, there's much pyramid below the ground as there is above the ground. So you drop one of the corners of the pyramid in the ground, obviously you get that same Kaaba shape. And interesting enough, the sound phonetically is two Egyptian principles, isn't it? The Ka'a and the Ba'ah, the spirit and the soul. Kaaba. Dealing with the science of the circle and the square. So as we're starting to open up our eyes, we're seeing now certain things, and now able to see, oh, well, that's where he got his stuff from. Well, that's where it's not an egotistical statement of us being accused of being black supremacists. No, we deal with facts. That's where you got your symbol from. That's where you got your definition from. That's where you got your idea to create that. But you never give credit because you're so intimidated that if you were to give the credit, the world would see that other than what you portray on the television, other than what you portray on the cinema, other than what you portray through your media, if all of that was taken away, who would you be? How would you be seen? Yeah, think about the mind-bending crap of a sort that's delivered through the television. As we said before, the television is not our friend. Media has not been the friend, or modern media has not been the friend to Nagarnadu. Be it whether it's privately funded or whether it's even state-sponsored, it's not been our friend. It always pushes a narrative which is anti-black. Yeah, and to get on and to be a famous or a fake star, do you understand, in comparison to stars in natural nature, which are providers, what do you have to give up all of your self-respect. But they try and make you think, well, that's part of the craft.
Welcome to Bixby.
That's part of the craft.
Come to me anytime by saying.
That's part of the craft of acting. Yeah, but ask yourself, has Tom Cruise ever worn a dress? Any movie that you've seen him in? Has Harrison Ford ever worn a dress? Yeah, how many other races did you see with a man? Not that men can't be transsexual and all that kind of stuff, but how many men did you see at the Oscars of other races that were sitting there in a dress with their hairy chest out? Yeah, seen as a guest in the Oscars. How many other races did you see out there? So the point is, when it comes to those types of things and sexuality, they weaponize it against the race so that you can't have a person that you can look up to, understood? Yeah, and say, boy, I want to be like that person. I want to do great things. I want to live like that particular person. No. They got thousands for themselves When you look at ours, always humiliation. Always a humiliation. He's got that. He's got powers, but he's got to charge up his powers. And who gave him the powers? Oh, these white beings gave him the powers. Is that all some nonsense and foolishness, which is far away from reality? So television's not been your friend. But what has been your friend, or what should be your friend, is you looking into the things that they say don't look at. Yeah, so if they keep you away, or tell you don't look at ancient Egypt, that's paganism, then guess what? You understand? You probably want to look at it. Yeah, understanding the tricknology. They tell you stay away from masonry. Well, guess what? You probably want to take a look at it, because that's part of the trick knowledge, isn't it? Yeah. While they're telling you don't look at it, while they stay looking at it. So we were giving you some understanding of these symbols, the breakdown. So I'm just sorting out something here in the back. So while I'm doing that, any questions, Manthu?
Right. We had a comment from Dermot who is asked, he says, wasn't there another white race before the current Mukasu that is here now? When you were talking about who was on the planet.
Well, you've always had different, not say always, you've had albinos of different races, but the one that we're dealing with now is, obviously was 6,000 years ago. Now, what they refer to as the flugel rods are slightly older than 6,000 years, obviously, who would be the first, or one of the first, I suppose, aspects of them creating what we would consider to be the white race, as it were, by way of the Pleiadians. So yes, they would be slightly older than 6,000 years. And if you actually follow the line, this is where the so-called Jewish religion comes from. It's why they consider themselves to be slightly older than the other races of Caucasians. Not that Jewish is a race, I'm talking about the lineage that comes out of that led to the so-called Jewish religion. Understand? So you had albinos in the past of different races, understood. Yes, that is correct. But the one who's causing the trouble, or the ones who are causing the trouble that we're facing now, have appeared in the last, well, it's not last now, it would have been in the previous of that 24,000 year cycle. In fact, let me get the picture up if I've got it. Yeah, so remember, each of the cycles is reflective of, or is considered to be, in the 24,000 year cycle. Each of the 6,000 year cycles is considered in its own right a world. Understood? So effectively, you have 4 worlds within a 24,000 year cycle. So yes, in actuality, you've had previous, what I'm looking for, albinos, coming from other races, understood, but the Mukasu, or the Caucasoid, or the version of the Muadamu that's come in this day and time, understood, is only in the last 6,000 years of this grafted, yes, man. Now, remember, on the walls in ancient Egypt, in the temples of Seti I, remember, you see the picture of the different races. So remember, certain experiments were going on to really try and remove the negativity out of our genes. Understood? When we say negativity, remember, the devil to the Kadem Mukmatu, or the ancient Egyptians, was bad bacteria or germs that create diseases. Understood? So they were seeking to basically eradicate that out of the genes and put it in a being that you could see. Because when you look in nature, for example, the colors on certain creatures identify to human beings, okay, there's some danger there, or that color means X, Y, Z. So nature is using color to communicate on certain species. And so basically, if you were able to see the manifestation of syphilis in a person, then you would know, hey, I'm not going to mess with that person because they've got syphilis. Understood? But certain diseases you can't see. Yeah, you're going to know if, well, as I say, you're going to know that you've got it after you've mixed genes with the individual. So if you can graft it into a form that it can be seen, then that's better. So you know to stay away from it, obviously in the optimum sense. So as you know, different races came along, and you know, people started mixing together either forcibly or by choice, then that genetic confusion means that you need a different result. You understand? Because away from the original, when everybody was agreeable, you didn't have those issues. So if you're seeking to go back to that optimum kind of way of living, then you're going to use things like eugenics, for example, which is mixing or procreating, you understand, for maximum genetic strength, you understand, to be in line with thorough, but also keep diseases or things that can destabilize one's society out of your genetics. So this is why, one of the reasons why you're going to see albinos prior to the one in the last 6,000 years, because as those cycles start to move around and move through, understood, the kind of unnatural nature would appear itself at certain points. You understand, where the universe is resting or at its lowest point. It's not kicking out its optimum energy. So when you look at those cycles or that energy, as it starts to slow down and lose potency, then it's going to create or allow the opportunity for those adverse forces then to create defects. Do you understand? Albinos, so on and so forth. But obviously, where as the planet is going through certain cycles, natural nature is going to eliminate these adverse elements along the way as part of its own immune system or cleaning of house. Understood? However, this last one is an unnatural or man-made individual, as you are aware, that was created to be a food source. Understood? For two groups of extraterrestrials, one referred to as the Pleiadians and the other the Anunnaki. Any other questions?
Right. So Dermot has also asked, how old are the Fugal rods and how long did they last on Earth? And what scroll is this 24,000 year cycle chart from, please?
So that chart, I usually put this on the screen. The Fugal rods are no older than 8,000 years old. And that chart is from, let's get the wrong information. It's from one of the Master Secrets. Now, let me just see. Is there another question while I just look for that, just for confirmation?
No, there's not another question.
So yeah, it's page 10, Master Secret, series 2, the Black Dot Helix, Mind Link, Mind Linked. So Master Secret, series 2. Yeah, it's on page 10. Yeah, so.
Right. Sorry, Dermot's just asked one more question, but I don't see where the question is. I'm trying to find it. I'm looking now. One second. Right, he's posted his question. Right, he's asked, surround sound, watching movies, why is it bad for our well-being?
Well, that's a bit of a loaded question. To assume that it is. It's not that it's I suppose it's not it's bad for your well-being. I think anything. What happens is that you've got the experiences with these technologies like television, headphones, whatever the case may be. So sound, remember, is also can be converted into light energy as well. So it can have an impact on not only your physical, but your mind's eye. So these are called immersive experiences. And I suppose the more immersive an experience, the more apt you are to be subject to being programmed. So surround sound in itself is not a bad thing, obviously, unless you have the volume up too high. Surround sound is not a bad thing. The issue may be is that depending on what you're watching, do you understand, i.e. movies, TV series, so on and so forth, if that particular program, now listen to the words, isn't it? If that particular program has an adverse message within the program, you understand, or is trying to program you, then if you're not, let's say, having conscious control all the time of what you're taking in, then I suppose it can have an influence on you. And the deeper the immersive experience, so remember, if you put headphones on, for example, and then you're watching a movie, then that experience is more immersive than if you're just sitting there possibly with the surround sound. You understand? If you were listening to headphones and you closed your eyes, then that experience just listen to the sound of the headphones is going to be more immersive than if your eyes are open, able to look at other things. Because what happens is how things are able to have the pathway for influence is when you initiate concentration. Because when you are concentrating, then as we may get into today, if not in the next part of this, but you align certain things together, and so it creates a pathway that can directly influence what you're doing. So because certain times you may be open when you're watching the movie, but if you get, let's say, overly emotional, or the content makes you angry, depressed, or etc., then obviously you've got a direct link, if you're really focused and you're concentrated in, to affect your mind's eye, as well as your, as I say, your kind of physical senses. Because remember, everything that you're looking at, you're going to record in your subconscious mind, whether you consciously remember what happened in the movie or not. Your subconscious is going to remember everything. So there's programming in the content which you're watching, then that can assert itself at any point, which is why in that book, Reflection and Projection, Actual Fact, it's explained to us about not only how our vision works, but also to understand, yes, you need to read with an open mind, but in certain instances, you have to read with a controlled mind. So you're gatekeeping, obviously, what you're taking in. This is why at certain points, I'm not saying you can't not watch movies at night, but what I'm saying to you is that if you think about you sitting in a dark room, your mind is programmed that darkness means sleep, for a lot of us. So if you think about it, you go into you're in the living room, whatever, you got your surround sound on, you may be watching a movie late at night, and you're not, if you're sleepy, then you're not gatekeeping of what you're taking in. You understand? If you think about in a cinema, it's a dark environment, surround sound, so on and so forth. You can get tired if you go into the movie, or some people get tired if you fall asleep in the movie. So your conscious controls or barriers that you might be looking at to stop maybe some of that adverse influence and keep it in a certain category of entertainment means that, as I say, you can be open or subject to influence in that regard because you're not paying fully attention. And so I think somebody asked this question the other day, I think in one of the meetings, about then you think about 3D TV, you think about VR, all of these are even more immersive experiences that require even more concentration. So if I'm playing a computer game, I've got headphones on, I've got a VR headset on, etc. I'm fully immersed in that setting. Do you understand? And you yourself will recognize, or people on the phone recognize, that you're playing, I don't know, a game like Call of Duty or whatever. Your level of concentration on the game, means that sometimes when you go to sleep at night, you can see, you wake up, you see the game, you're dreaming about the game. You wake up, the game's almost seared into your subconscious because of the power of concentration. I think the Sabatic word is tashad. Yeah, the power of concentration. Yes, because you are the one connecting all of these different states together in unison, and it basically allows for certain magical things to take place when you bring what they call absolute space and absolute material in perfect unison with each other. You allow the flow of brain natural ether seeds or nuts, as they call it. So your concentration empowers the way things manifest itself. Do you understand? And so those type of media settings, you need to be conscious of your own power, because you can, make things manifest even if it's only in your own subconscious mind. Do you understand? So it's not that surround sound is bad or VR is bad. It's just obviously who is the one making the program. You understand? And what does the program can contain? Because equally, it can be reversed in a way where it can work to your benefit, or it can be worked in a way that works to your detriment. Understand? So if you think about the way we're talking about symbols here, yes, that those symbols are going to cause you, when you understand their meaning, they're creating a connection between the visible world and the invisible world. As you concentrate on them, as you understand their meaning. So you're creating that link, isn't it, between the two worlds, and able then to draw down or even utilize that power to affect things in this world, because it's an unlimited source of power when you're dealing with what is in the darkness, or what some refer to as the unseen. Unseen doesn't mean non-detectable. Do you understand? If we're operating in our right way, because we expand the whole of it. You understand? So you need to be, it's not these things are negative, they can be used positively, as we are now, isn't it? We are communicating using such technologies to speak to people and connect people around the world using the ethereal network. You understand? But it's a case of, you just need to be conscious of that when you're concentrating, you can make that influence even more powerful. So you need to, if you're watching, I don't know, a movie or something like that, then hey, you may want to be fully awake when you're watching it. Do you understand? Not semi kind of sleeping. That's what happens in the church as well, isn't it? Yeah, it goes on long. Yeah, and then by the time it's ending, you're kind of in a semi-sleep state potentially, and then you're more susceptible to the messages that are being conveyed in that environment. Do you understand? And if it's sitting there in the subconscious mind, remember, all of those memories are sitting there like undeveloped negatives. Yeah, and obviously can be developed at any point. That's why they call it the 3D hologramic or holographic brain, is because a smell can trigger that processing of that negative memory, not negative memory, but they're in that negative state, like a negative of the old camera films. I know people probably all digital now, but the old negative, that you'd have to take to get your photos developed in a laboratory, that's how those memories are stored, and they could be brought forward by sound. You seeing something, do you understand, or a smell, taste, overstood, can trigger those memories to come back into action. So something's, you think about someone who's pre-programmed something through a movie or things of that nature, then they would know how to trigger it via, certain mediums. Yeah, and I think you think about, I think the last movie they're talking about, Avatar, where a lot of Muadamu or Caucasians were committing suicide or after watching this movie. And you think about it, that movie was again an immersive experience, because not only was the technology at that time really at the forefront of digital, but if you watched it in 3D, for example, you got the glasses on and so on and so forth. So all of that with the sound is designed to give you that immersive experience, and so therefore can make you susceptible to programming, but it also can be flipped and used the other way, where it can be negative or positively used. Any other questions?
Yeah, we have a few more questions. So we have one from Asar, and they've asked, what is Hanu? Where did it come from? Where can we learn about this science apart from the sacred records of Tehuti? That's one question.
If Asar can post the verse that he's talking about, so that would help me out to answer the question a bit better for what he's looking at. Yeah. So if he can post the verse in the sacred records of what he's speaking about. Yeah. Next question.
Right. Asar's also asked them, why did we pick our mothers to come through to this plane? Is it due to her genetics? And how can we learn why we chose these specific genetics? If we come back, will we know what to pick, or will we base it on our previous lives, if lived one? When we transition after crossing over, do we know?
It's a lot of questions. It's a lot of questions.
It's not a question, it's a statement. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just reading what they've posted, but okay. I'll just finish. When we transition after crossing over, do we know our past lives in a spiritual state? You can pick one of those and answer just one of those. And there is somebody waiting with a hand up to ask a question.
We're getting into that today and in part four for Asar's question. But I suppose, remember, you're going back through your genetic line, but I'm going to go into that in some detail, so I'm not going to answer that quite yet. Let me work through the verses so you can kind of see the different ways of why we come back, and different ways why we come back and why you may come through, depending on how you've transitioned. If it was the one of the opportunities for your 24 to 24,000 times of why you come back. So some people, like get into too much detail what we're going to go into, but some people, if they're coming back, for example, they don't need to be here for a whole of a lifetime. They may utilize somebody else's one of their 24,000 genomes, which is one of their cycles or opportunity for them to live a life in this realm, and may utilize it for part of their life to get what they need to get done. So there's different reasons and different ways why people come back. Now, as far as how one chooses their parents, I won't go into particular detail on that, but it has to be obviously marking your genetic lineage or line, isn't it? So there's whilst there's a bit of a contradiction, because there's no gene discussion when one is talking about etheric energy. It only applies really to when you're dealing with the physical. However, certain characteristics within brain natural ether energy will inform gender. So in order for you to come through, I suppose, as a Nagaru, or choose to come through as a Nagaru, then you're going to be born through a certain genetic line. And obviously the mother has the codes, obviously, for life here on earth, as well as the father, obviously, providing in a birth that has male and female, obviously providing the access to the mental, which they obviously donate to the mother, in order for the mother then to take that aspect or spark of existence and build the flesh around that individual, which leads to obviously the physical soul, at least, being produced. Understood? So I suppose when it says that the children choose their parents in that regard, I think he's just making the point that in order for them to come through, there has to be a union of a mother and a father coming together to provide that pathway, or male and female, it can be even within the female itself, those principles, to create a pathway for them to come into the physical, understood, being specifically obviously born into the world. So any individual can't just come in and necessarily be born through and choose. I suppose there's certain dynamics, whatever is in the composition, you understand, of that etheric energy or spark of existence, understood, must match the genetic line that they're coming in through. Do you understand? I suppose if it's defective or void of energy, they don't have that opportunity, because not all races have soul. So not all races come through that lineage or way of working, because they're not the same as the originals. Do you understand? So that's a very specific set of existence that applies to a certain group of people. It does not apply to all races on the planet. Understood? So yes, parents and the child obviously are coming together to make that third. But obviously, in order for you to come through, you need to know that there's a pathway to come through upon. Understood? And so in that regard, we say choose, yeah, but it's not a personality thing in that regard, because the soul doesn't have a personality in that regard. It's a composite of memories and experiences that we've gathered, you understand? And it seeks to drop or move itself or drop the personality aspect once it steps outside the physical. Do you understand? So yes, there's an aspect of us bringing our parents together, but it must be through a certain genetic line. So within those ethers, although we don't have a genetic discussion when we talk about ethers, there are characteristics that lead to genetic identification once that energy slows down in vibration and materializes itself into the physical as that spark of existence. And remember, in that process, the sperm, remember, transforms itself and travels up the male spinal column and reaches the molar chakra to collect, isn't it, that spark of existence that's going to lead to that incarnated soul. Understood? So there is a union there which takes place, which is why obviously if men are called men, I-M-E-N, which is the first three letters of the word mental. So that happens there, and obviously it's donated to the woman, obviously for her then to build the full triad being. So what was the other things that I think was being asked?
Right. You asked Asa for the reference. So he said page 14, and it's come from transferring Hanu into Sawapti.
So page 14 of the black book.
Yeah. Transferring Hanu into Sawapti.
So 40.
14. 1-4. And we've got quite a few questions coming through as well. So, just letting you know.
Okay, no problem. I'm looking at page 14. I can only see a prayer position. I can't see any writing. You sure? Is it verse 14 or page 14?
He's put page 14. Let me see if I can find. Asa. Right, Asa, yeah, listen, would you like to ask your question? And I can allow you to talk. I do have somebody else wanting to pose some more questions, so maybe it's easier for Asa to come through.
Yeah, just need a verse on the same page what we're talking about.
It says it's not. posting quite a few weeks now. Give me a second. Right, the brother's asking another question, and I think he's put not the sacred records, sacred wisdom.
Oh, sacred wisdom, page 14, sacred wisdom. Yeah. 1 second.
He's put his hand up now. He's going to speak. Can I allow him to speak?
Right. Okay. Okay, so
before you start, Asa actually wants to speak now, so would you
okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Asa, your mic is now open.
Rahubat, yeah, I was just saying it was the sacred wisdom, not the sacred records, and I just wanted to know what is actually Hanu, if you can explain it, because it deals with transferring Hanu into your Shawabti, which is, for lack of a better word, a statue. So you have your statue of Zahuti, and there's a prayer in the sacred wisdom where you say it and you transfer a portion of Hanu. So can you explain what Hanu is? I know it's Kaman Magas, black magic, our sciences, but can you just clarify it for me, please?
Yeah, so obviously in the context of the prayer, just for everybody else who's listening, it says, Tahuti, I call you to transfer by Hanu a portion of your healing, protecting soul to my Shawabti of you, that I may keep it with me in my own home as a protection and a healing. As I stand before you, I fall on my knees and humble myself to you, most holy being, Tahuti. So the answer to that basically is found in Master's Secret series number 2, understand? And it deals with what is being referred to as the mind link, understood? Yeah, because what that is showing that basically we have an ability to connect, understood, different, how can I say, either beings or particles, irrespective of distance, understood, to connect them with each other so that one is influencing the other at the same time, irrespective of the physical distance between them. And this is some of the characteristics or secrets of what one refers to as quantum physics, because what would be considered impossible physically, when you start to push it now into the world of quantum physics, becomes possible. You understand? So let's just read a couple of the verses, not to go into too much detail, but let's read a couple of the verses. Yeah. So mind linked. Yeah. So verse 1 says, Likum Nwapu ay mumra kharadu, for you, Nwapians or Sabians, my beloved children. 2, Einstein revealed to the world this subject that he called spooky action at a distance. 3, it was in fact how 2 forms of material matter, 2 particles of the same tawalat frequencies, vibrate as all matter does. 4, no matter how far separated, even by extreme distance and with no physical connection between them or any physical nature, they still remain connected by an invisible link or kawat force that Nawapians call Sarat, ether cord. 5. When one of the Mukwanu beings or particles is stimulated and responds in a specific way, such as in Masak music, notes when struck, or two or more of the exact same note will respond to the same. For example, A major to A major. So particles react to each other of the same key, mind waves, sound, anak life, Nashat energy, all at the exact same way, with an immediate response across space and time of vast distance, and can be faster than the speed of light, 186,272 miles per second. Now that's up to verse 7. I'm going to read just something else here just before I give the full answer. Yeah. I'm going to go to verse 9. It says, it is all in the Mamtat matrix. That is to say, the Kalei Makwanat omniverse is connected. All is connected to Pa'ut, all expanding by an invisible matrix, a grid of Tabi al-Nashat, natural energy of nature, in which all matter are connected through an invisible lattice of consciousness. 10. Therefore, we all share a collective memory, mental, mind, M-I-N-D, to mine, M-I-N-E, and all Talam knowledge of Hakumdum wisdom that exists is held in the matrix, not the physical Machach brain. 11. And this matter or material or sums of anything emerges from the subatomic singularity state of non-dual particles that eventually make up the omniverse and all things in it. 12. There are various forms of gamma ray light, and some of this light crosses the whole omniverse to Wahu Makwan universe in an instant. Now that is a mind link. Understood? So what that is expressing there is that, and what we as maybe Nagaru fail to understand is that we are basically part or make up the aspect of that network that allows this transfer of different types of energy from one place to another. Understood? And so what was being asked in the prayer was that basically this science of Hanu is describing that, how we can transfer energy or our essence across the network. And basically he was being asked to place a part of it in the actual statue, you understand, of himself, so that would allow that individual then to connect with the being called Tahuti, in order then for that particular ancestor to assist them in whatever it is that they wanted them to do in their daily lives. Obviously that was worthy of Tahuti's attributes. Understood? So Hanu is describing obviously the action of that power, or the ability for us obviously to utilize that to send this energy across the network. So one of the ways is using what you described there as a shawabti, or a statue made in the image obviously of the person that we're seeking to connect to. Other ways that's done is, for example, when you have a picture on an altar. Understood? And your altar is set up, which I think we went through a few classes ago. We have various pictures of ancestors on there, and you would use the ancestors within your 4 generations to connect with beings who have lived before those 4 generations. So you would connect to a Tahuti using your grandmother who passed, for example, and use the power of Hanu to communicate, as I say, to that individual, and for the individual to connect back. The important thing is, because you as a supreme being understood, are a conduit for that energy. Concentration is the key, because concentration, it makes the network align in a way where in actuality you could make Tahuti manifest. Remember, because you are physical and you're dealing with entities or energy which is considered to be non-physical, you create the conduit to allow that message to communicate to each other. It's like nodes in a network, understood? But we don't realize that we are those nodes there, because the internet, for example, you think about the internet is not it is a thing, but it gets its power because, it's really based on that same dynamic. You have got data nodes which send data out, and then they exchange data. You understand? In a way which allows that interconnection. You are the node. Yes, you are the node. So through that power or to utilization of that network, then it allows us to, as I say, draw in power or allow us to communicate with our ancestors, even if we didn't physically meet them. And the importance of why you use your Salafu is because we're not dealing with spookism. There's no difference to Tahuti or somebody calling upon Jesus if you don't have a direct connection to Tahuti. Do you understand? Because as far as one is concerned, they're both tones or they're both part of one's imagination. What makes it real is that you're utilizing your ancestors to create the connection to them. Understood? And so the confirmation is you asking your grandmother, because your grandmother is real because you're here. You understand? By the rules of natural nature, you understand? I mean, for you to be here, you must have a mother and father, and they had a mother and father, so on and so forth. So your grandmother who's passed is real, or your great grandmother, whatever, is real. And they make the connection in the network to the right Tahuti that you're trying to get in contact with. Many people have been called that tone or name, to the right Tahuti connected to your genetics. And so that's how you utilize it in a form of protection and avoid adverse influences as well to that message. So that is that power of Hanu that can be transferred into objects, that can be transferred into jewelry that people wear and things of that nature, understood, which is really, as I say, helping a form of ancestral connection. Does that answer your question?
Beautiful answer. Thank you. Tautak. Overstood.
Right. Any other questions? Matthew, you there? You're on mute.
I did put one in the chat, but I don't know. Is gender and the sex the same? If not, can you explain as to why?
Gender and sex. I suppose they are or can be the same, I suppose, depending on how you're looking at it. Understood? Now, we are going to go through that in some detail, so I want to make sure that we're clear, because in this particular book, Other of Existence, we're going to add a new level to it, so I want to work people through so everybody's on the same page. But effectively, there are 7 different gender types in the 7 different gender types, which lead to certain genetic configurations like XY, understood, XX, XYX, etc. So the combination of those, there were 7 different types in the original configuration. So that would inform, I suppose, what type of gender a person is. Obviously, when you talk about sex, generally speaking, it's male or female, isn't it? Do you understand? Now, what combination? Now, sometimes you have mixed combinations of that. Now, the mixed combinations of that are not to do with necessarily the person's sex. And let me just sort of clear it up so it's not confusing. A person can be a hermaphrodite and a hermaphrodite. You understand? That is one gender type. Yes? And you've got various configurations of that depending on how the chromosomes are structured. And then you've got male and female. Understood? So in actuality, although there's 7 different genetic configuration types, they are from 3 gender types. Bathanoid, which is neutral gender. Femnoid, which is feminine. And then masnoid is masculine. Understand? So out of those 3 different gender types, you get 7 different genetic configurations. You understand? Now, what people may be describing as their sex, understood, for what they consider themselves to be, this is where maybe the confusion is coming in, because a person can be, let's say, for example, born male, with a male body, for example, but yet have a female spirit. Yes? So they have a male body, but the chemical composition or the hormones that are informing or giving the person the feeling of being a certain type of sex are informing the individual that they are female and not male. So there's a misalignment between them physically and what the hormones are communicating. Now, physically, so there's 2 ways in which that can be influenced, just using that example. And as I say, later in the class, we'll go into that in more detail, or in part 4. In the next part, we'll go into that in some detail. Now, you can have, if a woman is stressed out during her pregnancy, or then it can affect, yes, that hormonal messaging, and a defect can occur, and that messaging is incorrect. So you've got a misalignment between the person's physical body and the hormonal messaging that the person is now living or born with. Yes? And so therefore, you can get a person who's got a certain type of gender, but their sexual expression is different to what their physical body may be expected to mandate based on how they were born. So that means that person, using the same example, born a male, yes, but internally they feel like they're female, understood? So that internal female is attracted to the external male form. Therefore, you end up in what they call a same-sex relationship. Yes, but it's still opposites. It's still male, female, and then we've got this third aspect, yeah, of gender there. So the person's sexual, what they're attracted to, which they refer to as their sex, is still not male to male. It's female to male, but it just happens that the female is inside this individual, do you understand? Which is then attracted to the male form. Hence, you get what they call same sex, which is what is being expressed, or the upgraded language, what we say in Wu-Sabat, is hormone sexuals, not homosexual. Hormone sexuals, because it's the hormones messaging that is, as I say, communicating a message because of the way that birth happened. That now, why that person is considered to be same sex is how they're using the language. Understood? But in Wu-Sabat, it means something different. The other way, however, is that, which we will explore in more detail, is that at the point of death, if somebody has lost their life, for example, in an unexpected, let's say, way. So it was before their time. Maybe they were killed, they were murdered, etc., etc. Yes, they get permission to come back again because there's things that they need to resolve before they can ascend, so to speak. And so instead of, because they don't have a physical body anymore, they may utilize part of somebody else's life cycle in order to come into the physical world, do what they need to do, and leave. So that the spirit or essence of that person then in-houses the mother at around 6 week mark, understood. And what can happen is sometimes is that if the personality of that individual, the essence, is very strong, it can, so for example, if the person who was incarnating was male, but it was a child in the womb that was female, then that in-housing, in a sense, can dominate the female spirit. So when the baby's born now, they may be exhibiting male characteristics, or they'll ask questions, I feel like I'm this or that, but that's not the person. That is the dominant spirit that's in housing that individual. Now at age 9, you have to observe it, and it may not be the thing that you react to, for example, as a parent immediately, because at age 9, that spirit that the baby was hosting will leave. And so it houses the mother, it then transfers to the child to be able to utilize its life for a certain period of time, and then will leave between the ages of 6 to 9. Understand? So that sexuality that is created by way of that unhousing will disappear. Understand? But it may manifest itself in certain characteristics or whatever in the child's behavior. And if parents wrongly react to it and make physical changes or whatever, then it may lead to, well, by the time they're age 11 or something, they say, well, I am a boy. I'm not a, do you understand? Whatever, transsexual, whatever the case may be, because the in-house spirit has now left. Do you understand? Now, this would happen unless the person, for example, was obviously born bisexual, or in some instances were born hermaphrodite or hermaphrodite. Then those characteristics may stay depending on the expression of the person, because of the configuration is what they are. You understand? They've been born that way because of the hormonal expression, as I expressed earlier, that's happened physically by way of that change. But some changes happen because the person's being housed by the spirit of another gender who is utilizing, as I say, that person's life cycle in order to resolve a particular issue. So people might say, well, wait a minute, this sounds strange, but remember, you are a universe. There are things living on you and utilizing you right now that you may not even be conscious of, that have a whole life cycle that you are not paying attention to. Remember, in that same book which the brother mentioned, Sacred Wisdom of Tahuti, it talks about the solar plexus in housing other solar systems. So you are sustaining other life forms, your whole species or whatever, as part of your own universe, understood? Even though you yourself may not be conscious, because of the way our senses are wired, to all of the beings, for example, that are living within your universe. Remember, this is a vehicle as well that your soul is utilizing to experience life here in the physical. So that was a bit of a long-winded answer. We are going to go through that in some detail, but those are the two ways. So I suppose how we're using gender, which is, as I say, male, female, or neutral, but neutral is hermaphrodite or hermaphrodite, understand? Would be the way we use gender. But in DNA, there's 7 specific configurations of how that would appear chromosomally. And then, as I say, sex would be defined of how the person is expressing, I suppose, their desire in that regard. And as I say, this can be affected by chemically by hormones, particularly as stress when the mother is pregnant. Yeah. Any other questions? Sorry, Mantha, are you there? Or you dropped off?
One moment, my mute was playing about.
Okay.
There's a question from Alia. She has her hand up.
Okay, go for it.
Right. Alia, I'm going to allow you to speak to pose a question. You are now unmuted.
Robert, it's okay to read it from the chat. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, or can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm saying I did actually type it in the chat, so it's okay to just read it from the chat. It's literally just one question.
So, okay, you want me to? I'll do that then.
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, Rahul.
Right, I'll read. I'll do that now. Right, titled as the Holy Tablets. Is the Master Teacher for or against us continuing attaining the studies from the Holy Tablets? Example, for those of us that do not yet know things such as, number 1, the creation of the universe. Number 2, the concept of the existence of our Supreme Source.
Yeah, it's a good question. I suppose at a certain point it was said that the Holy Tablet, expressed that the Holy Tablets was dead. And basically what that means is that we don't live by the Holy Tablets. So the Holy Tablets was the bridge between religion and reality. And so, it's got things in there like Shabbat, for example, Sabbath, and we don't live by those things anymore. So it was showing us, as I say, or schooling us, and remember, because the way we're psychologically programmed as well, people think because the book it's got like a biblical feel to it, for example. I mean, it's got black cover, the thin pages or whatever. People think that's more holy than a Pater that's not structured like that. Do you see what I'm saying? So psychologically, it was even structured in a way that looks like that type of book, obviously, to move you from, as I say, this hybrid of, as I say, monotheism, and seeing where that came from, and positioning you in a way that you can see, hey, there's all these different stories, etc., and how they've manifested or traveled themselves around the world, so you can see where the original origin comes from. So it is a useful book, but it needs upgrading. So when a person's reading it, they do have to understand that it's going to have terms like Anu. Do you understand? It's going to have terms like Anunnaki, and it's going to come from a perspective of if Anu is our Most High, when in actuality, Re is our Most High, not Anu. Understand? Because as we step back, understood, you see that Sumeria, you understand, was birthed from Africa, you understand, or ancient Egypt, you understand. In fact, German archaeologist by the name of Gunther Jiraiya found, because it was always thought that Sumeria was the first civilization, as they call it, on the planet, and the start of existence, at least physical existence on this planet, where it came from. But a German archaeologist named Gunther Jiraiya found complex Egyptian writings in Sumeria, which for them at least debunked that notion that Sumer was first. So what you learn, Holy Tablets, is from different perspectives. You understand? You're learning truth. In Holy Tablets, a book of truth, but truth is from a certain perspective, isn't it? It is true according to that book or that perspective or that culture, but above divine truth is divine reality, isn't it? You understand? So reality can be different from truth. Truth can be from a perspective. You understand? Reality is what it is. So it was a stage. Now, when the master teacher is freed, I think there is a plan for him to upgrade that book so it has the updated language terms, etc. So it's still a useful book, but like picking up any old book, you've got to apply your sort of updated mindset to some of the terms and terminology that's used within the book when you're utilizing it. So it's a good point of reference for us, but like a lot of those old books, they need upgrading to today's language. Do you understand? Otherwise it can, if you're not reading it with the correct understanding that, yes, this is old information, then you could become confused insofar as and then be calling upon wrong titles and different things of that nature. Understood? So you should always intend to read the latest information, building upon what somebody's come before. But books like the Holy Tablets do have excellent information and they are useful. And to some degree, when you're picking up a master's secrets or certain actual facts, there is an assumption that the foundation of what you're looking at, you've already kind of mastered some of those things that have been previously taught. And so these further books take you to that next level of understanding information. But they're also designed in a way where the new person can also just pick it up and read it. So if people are confused about certain questions, certain books, then they should ask. But it's not necessarily a thing that I have to read the old stuff to understand the new stuff. Do you understand? But the Holy Tablets is certainly a bridge to help persons, certainly that grew up with religion or from a religious mindset or whatever, to work with the density level where they are at, and then bring them forward to maybe a higher understanding and move them to what from truth to reality. Any other questions?
One moment, I don't know what's going on with my computer while they're unmuting. There is no further questions.
No further questions. Okay, we'll tap for those. So, so we were looking at, say, the symbols, and we were working through one of the symbols here, which is basically this Safaf symbol, which is showing the spark of existence. And what we were doing, I think, in the previous part, we went into Master Secret, the one we were just talking about. I think it's number series 2. There, just to position ourselves to have an understanding of what this spark of existence was talking about, because what we were showing you was in this terminology. Sorry, not to confuse people. But what we were showing you was that this Bawam or the owl, yes, of, well, what is it that to understand and get into the mindset, obviously the owls see in the dark, they're nocturnal creatures, etc. But it represents the woman in terms of the M symbol, correct? The M that we've shown you before, of the M symbol. So if we were looking at the Safaf and we wanted to make the M sound, yes, you may see the owl there, yeah, and we were showing you that. Look, as you start to look at some of these symbols, like for example, yeah, there's a cobra there, it's spitting forth. You see the tact symbol here, and then we see this horn-tailed viper in this regard. So this is Tafnut symbol and a symbol for mitochondrial DNA. So we were just going through, showing you certain things of what these symbols now start to mean. Yeah. So what we're looking at I suppose in terms of this darkness. So we dropped into that symbol there, as we explain these different symbols. of this spark of life or of existence. And the fact that, as I say, when you start looking at the combination of these, we can see here that that circle symbol, although a bit unclear, is that placenta, isn't it? Yeah. So it's the placenta, the khalas symbol there, shown in the center. Understood? And the fact that, yeah, when you start looking at certain combinations of things, see, okay, well, that symbol there is the tat symbol, means a loaf of bread. And in Mother Circle of Existence, you learn and see it from an upwards point of view, that actually, if you look at it from a circular point of view, my tablet's run out of power, so I have to charge it. Circular point of view, if I was to draw a circle, yeah, sorry, like that. Let's see if I can try and draw it for you. Sorry, you're gonna have to excuse my dodgy drawing. Yeah, so if you was looking at that as a pregnant woman's belly from the top, it will be a circle, and that will be the navel in the center. Understood? So you see that that symbol there, and then its inverse of that, so it in its opposite direction or turned upside down, it makes the placenta. Do you understand? And so we've got, although it's not a weaved basket, we've got empty space, and then we've got something within the space that makes this placenta up. And so this symbol here, you see the placenta. You see the placenta. Excuse me. Let's just turn this off. You see the placenta here in the middle, the same symbol, but it's explaining to you, okay, well, this spark of life or energy, because the tail of the sperm is coming out of this symbol. Yes? Yeah, so the head, as we know, has been merged into the placenta, but this tail is still attached, and it denotes the sparks of existence or synapses, understand, within the human brain. So we were exploring what that means in terms of that symbol and walking through its kind of natural meaning. Yeah, so I think we got to the point of, we had gone through this understanding of, yeah, who is the master teacher to us, and what does he symbolize, and then getting to the point where this was now us asking the question to say, well, who and what are you? And he was the 90%. What was the 90%ers? Dark matter, obviously, dark energy, and we were getting into black holes. Understood? So let's move to where we were from the last time. Give it this. Okay, right. So very clear that we are being referred to as star children of the Natharu. Understand? So forget about the men and women bit. This is what you're being referred to as. So, yeah, star children. So again, as we talked about earlier, this in terms of correlation or understanding correlation, we need to pay attention to certain this terminology that's being used, because one, it's not only new terminology, but it's also, it's our terminology which we're supposed to master its understanding, because it relates to our culture, our stuff, and in some ways our story means that we're going to have terms, particularly in our language, that relate to our story. They don't relate to anybody else's story. So you need to understand what it means in our culture. I don't care what it means in somebody else's culture. It's nothing to do with them. What does it mean in your culture? Because if you don't start getting to the point where you're mastering things in our stuff, how are you going to elevate? Because in somebody else's stuff, it hasn't got the same or the proper meaning. Do you understand? So there's a point where comparative studies, at least for certain things, are not useful to us, because we've stepped above 6 ether. We're now stepping into, you understand, 7, 8, and 9, which they have no concept of. Remember, they don't have anything above 3 anyway, and we only gave them 2 degrees out of the original 9. The third one they created for themselves. So they was only ever given 2 degrees out of the 9. So as soon as you step outside of that, you're dealing with information that they have no knowledge of, or only speculate as to its meaning. Hence the symbols, or understanding those symbols, are giving you insight into some of those secrets. So that's it. So it's saying, it's given a breakdown of the 90%, which is dark matter, dark energy. 76% dark energy, is of that 90. 24% is dark matter, and the 10% is the visible universe. Understood? But the visible universe, remember, sits on top of or within the darkness, as we explained the last time. If you were to draw like a chart, and you pie chart, for example, and you showed 90% and you showed 10%, that's not the correct way to see it. You understand? Because there's a lot of space within space. So the physical or the visible universe is sitting within the world of things, surrounded by a lot of space, which has things as opposed to some things within that space. So let's work through from 44. Ayi Mura Najam Muntaru, my beloved ones, star children of Panatharu, you are the ones with 9 mind as Tasu Achach Gadadu, 9 ether deity gods, who gave birth to all of Tabi'al Taba'ah, natural nature. So this is telling us who we are. And we talked about those nodes or whatever. This is telling us who we are, not men and women. Telling us that you gave birth to natural nature. So nature is a system of, a reactive system that, say, it's a set of rules that there's no consciousness in terms of conscious judgment in there. For supreme efficiency, it is a reactive state, and we've explained this many times before. So if you do the things necessary to create fire, fire will be created. You understand? Irrespective of whether, from a judgment point of view, we feel fire should be created in that instance. We give the example of a gas leak in a nursery. Somebody lights a lighter, the place is going to explode. So this is showing you that the rules are set, have been designed to work in that way. They're reactive. You understand? It doesn't dictate, well, fire should be created in that instance because it's good, or fire should not be created in that instance because it's negative or evil. Understood? It's neutral. It's balanced. So when you see the word natural in front of it, this shows us, you understand, that somebody now is controlling the design. That's why we're saying natural nature, because we created nature or states of that in order to affect growth. Yes? So when our ancestors are making technological changes within the environment, they're doing so in accordance with those rules that we've put in. Others may come along and seek to do things that are not in accordance with those rules, and so therefore that would be unnatural nature. But when we're doing things or designs of new and wonderful things within it, showing, okay, boom, that is outside of, you understand, these rules of nature, or at least can influence those rules of nature. And we see that as supreme beings, as I say, if you think about our hair texture. Because if you think about those Sands people in South Africa, yes, and the tight curls that they have, tight curls of their hair with real hair, the tight curls that they have. If you think about the elements, of rain, or water, whatever elements, heat, you understand? These types of things, understood, cold, you understand, or the seasons, let's say, you understand, which are part of the system within nature. If you think about their hair texture, irrespective of the external influence of those different weather conditions, their tight curls are going to stay pretty much exactly the same. So that is an element showing you that it is not really subject to the influence of natural rules, because it's staying exactly how it's supposed to be. But other races with fur now, let's say they had a particular hairstyle, you understand, yes? And it rained. Yeah? Would that fur change because of the rain? They may have a certain type of hairstyle. They've straightened their hair to the maximum straighten it can be. Heat is applied. What's going to happen to the fur in that context? It's going to start to curl. So that is showing you that certain beings on the planet, you understand, or animals on the planet, are affected by the environment more than somebody who existed outside of that environment. Yeah, i.e., because the word supreme means above. Do you understand? So this is why this term natural nature is used, because this is a state or a set of rules. And then obviously, yes, we are still part of nature, but obviously we were able to influence it because we grew it. You understand? Now, obviously, we are a part of it, but we grew it. So at one time, we was outside of it and now become a part of it. When you're talking about nature, for the purposes at least of this class, this is referring to mother. Other. Yeah, it's another definition of natural nature, is other. 45. Upa Nagar Salam, Negroid race, are the ever-living Nathar of Natharu, the Nathars Natiru. 46. Know the real Hakakat facts of the Par Chemem Nakat, the black dots. 47. In natural nature and science, Nakatat dots are the smallest of all known particles of materials called matter, because in the Akal mind it becomes matter, or in the mental it is material. So again, some importance here. So you got a difference between material and matter. But as we are seeing, even from verse 47, which is important to understand, excuse me, is that within what we're calling that space of nothingness, yeah, the smallest particles are these dots, the black dot, yeah, Nakatat. So that is the smallest particles, because remember, when we're looking at things here in the physical, the reason why they call it the light world, chaos, or the world of illusion, understood, is because, as we were expressing, I think in part 1 or 2 of this class, yes, you're not looking at what the thing really is. It can be broken down into, yeah, other parts. So water, for example, when we're looking at water, is that what water is? Water is made up of hydrogen in the sand, yes, and oxygen. So it appears the way it appears, but it can be broken down into smaller parts. Understood? So we are in an illusionary world. If I'm sitting on a chair, the chair was made up of other things or parts or whatever, materials that came before it became a chair. Yeah, like, for example, if it's a wooden chair, the wooden chair was probably previously a tree. So you're not looking at what the things are, because it can be broken down into something else. Do you understand? Like when you're thinking about fractions or whatever, or yeah, it can be broken down into a simpler form and then broken down again to the point where it can't be broken down any further from a mathematical sense. So hydrogen was once thought to be, isn't it, one of those, the first part of matter, until they discovered, hold on a minute, we smashed 2 of them together, understood, and found out it's made up of smaller parts. So therefore, that's not really what the thing is. So it's telling us here now that the smallest thing within existence are these black dots. Hopefully that's understood. So in the T'Pau world of some things, and sorry, let me just make it clear. So matter is what we're calling it, but that same matter is also called material when we go even further back, into the mental. 48. And in the T'Pau world of some things, they are atomic energy. So this division between nothing and some things, yes, you have smaller parts, but it's not the smallest of parts. Yeah, so they refer to these elements because an element would say, okay, well, that's the simplest thing that can be broken down to. So that's atomic energy. But its equivalent, i.e., or what the smallest thing down of all existence is going to be these dots. Yeah. So 49 elements from the sum of one. Remember, we established there's no such thing as a number one. It is parts or percentages. So it would be 1% of one, 1%, 2% of one, 3% of one, till you get to 99% of one. Then you have to take 1% of the next thing. Yeah, so 1% of the two in order to complete the one. So it is percentages, it is parts, understood, yeah, and which was recognized by that percentage symbol when you see the zero, or a circle, a line through it, and a zero, understood, yeah, to show the differentiation between some things and nothing, yeah, and then even where things are transforming from one thing into the next, it is using some of the thing that is transforming into complete. So there is no one in that regard, and even phonetically in the language, as I went through, that doesn't say one, it says oni. Now, before there was some, there was what? Achach, ether. 51, that was once tabi'al to ba'ah, natural nature, which caused the effect of some or something, some and thing, that can exist and still be categorized as material, physical matter cells. Understood? So material, physical matter is saying basically here that material is describing, yeah, the origin of where it came from. The physical is describing the state which it's in, and then matter is describing, I suppose, what those parts actually are. Do you understand? So in the same way, we talk about mental, understood, but then mental obviously gives birth to or informs mind. Okay? So individually in us, we call it mind or mine. When we're referring to the all of that energy or whatever in that state that we're linked to, we refer to as mental. You understand? Mental. So that combination, material, physical, is describing matter. I'm going to see why that makes sense in a bit. So it's describing here, yeah, different compositions of what that kind of looks like in the physical, things that sum up to something. Understood? Yes, in that part. Now, 52 says, know and understand this, Nuapu or Musbatu, Nuapians, the smallest particles of matter called Nakatat dots are classified as energy matter or matter energy. So remember, this is here, look, material, physical matter. So where sometimes people get confused is because we would say, okay, well, hydrogen is where physical matter ends, and then we're going into the world of energy, which is the world of ether. Yeah, so there's a differentiation between the two. But remember, as I expressed to you earlier, when we use the power of the woman, or Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn or the owl, we're peering into the darkness, aren't we? So we're seeing into the world of nothingness, even if it's only by awareness of what's there. Yeah, our mind is being opened up to that nothingness, yeah, which is the majority of existence. So we're seeing, okay, well, there's parts within that world, or particles. So because we've got some understanding of it, or at least can perceive it, then that also is matter. But to differentiate it, because we've got this understanding of, well, there's 99 elements, the physical world or whatever, and it's equivalent. It has E1 down to E99 as considered to be antimatter on the other side of things, which we drew 0, 1, understood, yeah? When you count the numbers from 1 to 9 and then you get to 10, understood, which it's reversed, isn't it? It's now, it went from 01 to 10, yeah, because you're showing antimatter and versus the relationship to matter. Yeah, so there's a change taking place. But listen, it all matters. To somebody who has understanding, yeah, because we're not ignorant now of the darkness, it all matters. Do you understand? So to make the differentiation now, yeah, those smaller particles are being called energy matter, as opposed to material physical matter, or matter physical, if it was being described that way. Does that make sense? Yeah, so if you're talking about matter from an energy point of view, when we're dealing with nothingness that don't have an atomic weight, then we're calling it energy material or energy matter versus physical matter or materials, which you make things from materials. Yes? Okay. Right. So Nakatat dots can be assimilated. So these smallest particles, yes, can be assimilated into your very own minds as inactive machach achech ye natat brain etheric seeds are in a state of condition between the science of something or absolute and the science of no thing, vacuum. Yes? So one of the rules or the characteristics of matter is that matter occupies space. So when we're dealing with matter, or if you understand what is matter, matter occupies space. That is a characteristic of matter. It occupies space. Yeah. So matter cannot exist without space, because where would it exist? There has to be space for matter to be there. And what matter does, it occupies space, yeah, for our understanding. So this state of condition causes brain etheric seeds or neurotransmitters to be magas, magic. So here we've got our own definition of magic. And magnetic in effect when they are activated by synapse or sparks in the machach brain. So what did we say here? Yes, thinking about our science. So here showing that this symbol expands in all directions. And what you see, what does this look like? It also looks like the bottom of the Ankh, yeah? You're thinking about it, yeah? So, but as I say, there's space here occupied, and then in reverse, not a weaved basket, in the same. But you see, vacuum. So we've got this union of matter, and we've got a union of space in our khalas, or the placenta symbol. Do you understand? Yeah, which we're seeing here. All of these mysteries and secrets, I know. So the supreme being that we keep looking for, yes, because Zoroastrianism, the second aspect of the spell, as you're aware, the spell of religion, is causing us to keep looking outside. When all of the very mysteries of the universe are inside of us. Now, us is male and female coming together, but the origin of that is obviously female, having all those characteristics representing that nothingness within the womb, which at one point we couldn't see, isn't it? From a technological point of view, you couldn't see into the darkness. Now, using, let's be honest, Kadem Mukmatu science, yeah, that's Egyptian science, the ultrasound, understood, from the pyramids, Egyptian science being used, yeah, crystalline reading technology being used to look inside the womb. Now, what was mystery is in reality my story. You understand? What was mythology is now my ontology, because it's clear now. We can see what's taking place. So we're not calling it nothingness as in non-existent. We know there's something there that's existing. So we can name it now. We can define it. It's not theoretical to us in that regard. Yes? But so now you're seeing how the cleverness, the intelligence, the out-intelligence coming to intelligence of these rules playing out. Which is why, as I say, as Sabians, or people seeking knowledge of self, in terms of Wu-Sabat, why we must understand details in our own culture. What things mean when the master is trying to explain to us and teach us. Hence why we say the statement, you are not learning Wu-Sabat. Wu-Sabat is learning you. You are just putting yourself in a position to be informed. When you open the book, yes, and you open it to study, yeah, you're putting yourself in a position for the doctrine to inform you, which is shaping your being, isn't it? The word form describes shape. So information is shaping you. You're being reprogrammed by the various books or doctrine and all the other things that surround it. But the books have magic in them. Hence the brother asked a question about Hanu. Yes? He asked a question about Hanu. Yes? And then what is in when you open those original actual facts, yes, and the opening line, yeah, let me get one. Yeah, and read it. The opening thing that it told you about before the beautiful words. We'll get one so we can read it for you. Listen. Pasifan mayatat. Yeah, shil or afaf now. Pa munzal natha amun bab rayakta. Pa hanut jedi. That word hanu, you understand, is in there. Hanut, meaning that the book has been infused with this energy. They're called Pa Nefermul Maratat. Yeah, the sacred papyrus of the incarnated overseer. Amun Nabab Rayay Ahakta. Melchizedek. Bi Pa Ranan Afaf Rayay. Anunwu Atumu Atunwu Amun. Amun and Atum, self-sufficient. And Atun, unique one. Amun, the hidden one. Pa Daraj Afaf Daratat. The scroll of eyes. So it's been infused with this energy, understood, which is to say, when you pick up a book, you read it, it's infusing you with energy, isn't it? Which is why sometimes you'll read something profound and, I mean, you have to get up and walk around the room because, you understand, you've been darkened. They say enlightened. You've been dark, you've been infused with something. You're deriving energy from it. It's informing you. You're receiving something from it that empowers you. Because we know we have 9 principles. Food, understood, is just one of the ways we sustain our vital body. It's not the only way we can infuse ourselves. Do you understand? Hence, the being has transferred some of his own energy. There's a link in there. Now, when you concentrate and you make that connection, now we're tapping into that source of power also. Understood? But we're taking it back to understand what is it that it's made up of, so on and so forth, and this details. Not only for your own understanding, so you can achieve mastery of it, but it's so that you know you understand it is when you can teach others. Or you've got to take care to understand it so that you can teach other people. So certain times, mastering of self is putting yourself in a position where you teach others. Because when it's not about you, you better make sure what you're teaching is accurate, unless you're delusional. You don't mind tricking people. You've got to make sure it's accurate to give it to the next person. Because you don't want to cause harm. So putting yourself in a position to serve is this system that you're continually seeing here. It's providing to you. It's giving you every opportunity to succeed. But the point is, when you're looking at these symbols, pay attention to the details, because it's a certain way for a certain reason. Do you understand? So here, say these sparks, excuse me, as it's telling you here, has got the characteristic of the same life journey, but we're going on a high level. So same system being communicated through. And we look at it on I say out space, in space, the rules are exactly the same. So understanding life, birth, death, you understand, resurrection, is going to give us some insight into the things that we supposedly can't see, but are now gaining awareness of how that is structured and how it works. And the reason being is because the result has those same characteristics in it also. Outintelligence informs intelligence. Yeah, something is telling the genes. Yeah, this divine pattern, yeah, that we see replicating itself from the very origin of things, and in accordance with those rules of natural nature and the rules of existence. Okay, let's go back to the book. So we see here that basically we need 2 things. Yeah, so some absolute, some a thing, absolute, and then the science of no thing, which is vacuum. Yeah, so matter combined, and then you've got space. 54. This state of condition causes brain etheric seeds or neurotransmitters to be magic and magnetic in effect when they are activated by synapses or sparks in the machach brain. 55. Synapse being the actual spaces between the in which neurons communicate with each other. 56 is an important verse. When the science of absolute matter and the science of absolute vacuum coincide or become congruent with each other, there is a magical effect. A miracle-like action is the result. 57. Brain seeds of ether that bring forth sabab, reasoning, and Hawa, etheric being oversoul, are a matter vacuum classification of existence by natural nature, because they can bring, matter and vacuum into creative unison while also involving other opposites in tabi al-taba'ah, natural nature, when necessary. Understand to overstanding nature as it reveals itself, natural and unnatural. So you now see, understood, yeah, the process of how this brain etheric seed energy, at least how you as the individual create the conditions, obviously, that allow it not only to magnify, but go through a process where these seeds melt down, as we're going to see in a bit, into a form, liquid form, that allow them to become thoughts, which lead to actions and reactions, so on and so forth. You understand? So the link that we have to that origin or energy that we're being described at, which is informing our mental mind, thinking, actions, etc., all the way down the line, we are interlinked with it. And no other race has these characteristics or abilities other than us. Which is, remember, when we talked about, I think we said previously in the class, the Caucasian was the imitator, the Hindu was the thinker, or Dravidian was the thinker, and the Nagaru is known for what? Reasoning. Yeah? So part of the reasoning or the ability, remember we talked about us being a conduit, a node within this network, is bringing these two states together with each other. That's something. A thing is doing that, or has the ability to do that. Yeah, whether you consciously know it or don't know it. So, nature reveals itself, natural and unnatural. Excuse me. Man, why did we show this? Right, yeah. So because the reason for this is showing that we acknowledged this deity merit. Understand where they get the word merit from, which is you understand? Anybody understand some way they mark things, isn't it? You get pass for the award, merit, and then distinction. So again, you're seeing these words appear and then they're being used in a completely different context. Now, what she was known as you can see there from 46, as the chironomist goddess. The chironomist is, you know, when you have an orchestra and you have the conductor at the front. This movement of the hands, yes, where they're directing how the instrument should play, understood, to make whatever composition that they're playing to the audience, is known as chironomy, the movement of the hands. Yeah, so we acknowledge that, understood, that, yeah, she's bringing things together in order, yeah, this cosmic order, because you're dealing with sound, which is not just things that we hear, but things that we receive from space and beyond. So she's putting those energies into divine order. It's telling you here that basically when they become coincide or become congruent with each other. So there's a certain magic that comes when that rhythm happens, isn't it? Like if you think about the sexual process, I say process. If you think about, sexual process, let's keep it scientific. There's a difference between love making that happens with rhythm and when it happens with non-rhythm. There's a difference when it's forcibly done, which is unnatural, and when it's done naturally. Yeah, and actually, when the two, space and matter, come together in that process, understood, and that rhythm happens and takes place, what happens? It can lead to an orgasm on both sides. If people are able to have a certain level of control. Usually the man, according to the stereotype, you understand, may come too quickly. But he's able to hold his water and manage that rhythm and the work between each other, both can orgasm. And isn't that the same thing we're looking at here? We're looking at vacuum, understood, yes, And we're looking at what? Matter. So it's not as heavy as it appears to read on the page if we start thinking about the comparative, or using comparative examples, one of them being ourselves, one of them being studying a woman, one of them being studying our man structure. Or even now we're seeing, okay, boom, these symbols are giving us that information, why they're using certain animals. So you're getting into the mindset. I keep saying the same thing, yeah, purposely, because if you repeat it, then it sticks. Yeah, getting into the mindset of our ancestors, and you'll slowly find that, right, this is if you concentrate and you stick to it, that yeah, this is starting to make a bit more sense. Yeah, it's starting to make sense. I'm getting it now. In a sense, actually, you know, it doesn't seem as foreign to me. But even as student teachers, you have to get into the mind of the teacher. As the reader, you have to get into the mind of the author to understand how they speak. Yeah, because that's going to also help inform your understanding of what's being conveyed. So we see here, brainific seeds brought forth reasoning are a matter vacuum classification. Yes, because they bring matter and vacuum into creative unison. Very important to understand. It's understanding of space and material, as we saw in what? That placenta symbol. The up, down, the upside, half circle or semicircle, and the inverse semicircle. So, Chironomies, Mary, look her up. There where they get the word Mary from. Yeah, as you can see from there. Or Mary Tat is the updated way to say that. Right, so we can see here when we're looking at this neurotransmitter, yeah, this absolute matter and absolute vacuum, yeah. And so here it says a synapse filled with brainific seeds or neurotransmitters released from one neuron and accepted to the next, with the exception of unused brain seeds that are sucked back up into the sending neuron. A continual cycle of release, reuptake, absolute matter, absolute vacuum. So it hopefully is clearly explaining to us what it is that we're seeking to look at. So let's which we're seeing here. Now, that space in between, that is a space that we're talking about, or what they refer to. I think it's scientifically they refer to it as a synaptic cleft. Understood? Yes. But this is this space and the vacuum that is being expressed here. Do you understand? All this taking place in the darkness. So you remember what we said earlier at the beginning of the class. The space, or the black part of the blackboard is more important than the part of us drawing, because the non-space, so to speak, in the sand, yeah, or the space, I should say, not but the space, what it is, and the something, which is us drawing on the board, it's the actual blackness that gives everything else context. Yeah, so that's what we've been missing. We're missing context. You know what I mean? Place, reasoning, why, how, who, yeah, what, all these so-called questions that have been flipped in religion into this divine entity where people just say, oh, well, that's the Most High, or that's this, and then throw their energy out into nothingness. No, we're getting details here. Yeah, they can say that. Yeah, other races can say that. Oh, that's the Most High, or that's that, whatever the case may be, because they're looking at the deities or the gods, us. But they can say, yeah, that's the Most High, or that's this, or that's that, because they've got us as the point of reference. We are the gods of the Bible, the Quran, so on and so forth. That is us, or our ancestors, which are us. But we have to look deeper because we have the connection. Now, this is telling you that the vacuum, dark matter, dark energy, the darkness of the black, which obviously we've broken this down. Do you understand? So that nothingness is the world of things. Understood? So that is the vacuum. It's a world of things versus absolute matter, which is the world of some things. Yeah? And the two of them, I suppose, in that context, coming together. Yeah, which we see here in the synaptic or the synapse, excuse me, which is what that symbol is that we're looking at or we're explaining. Yeah. So natural nature, 59, natural nature is black, supreme balancement, and all other so-called colors come out of it. Just as this one Wahu Makwan universe of all colors came forth from a black hole. Now, yes, 60. This is what the elders call triple darkness. Dark energy, dark matter, darkness of whole. 61. Out of chaos was born what they call triple lightness. Sun, lightning, and fire. Now, so on the side that we're having a discussion on, in the nothingness, triple darkness, yes, is how it's defined here. But on the other side, when we draw it down to ourselves, what does triple darkness represent? In the birthing process, the woman contains triple darkness, correct? Which we explained to you in that number. Let's draw it up again. When we were looking at the M, correct? Let's just draw. And when we were looking at the M, yeah, the 1000. You see the triple darkness there? First trimester, second trimester, third trimester. The M, other. And the ancient way it was written, which we would explain in a further class, is more like this. So. Yeah, you see that? 1000. Just make that more confusing. But you see there, yeah, of these increasing zeros in size with the 1. Yeah, or 1000. But that M represents the 1000, doesn't it? Yeah. The M, the 1000, the mother. So again, when you look in the birthing process, we flip it onto the world of some things, yeah, as we're transitioning from energy into the material matter, the same pattern exists in the woman, isn't it? Yeah, of these 3 states. Yeah, and what do you need? What are those 3 states? What do you need? You need space. You need material matter, and then what? Time. Not those relate to those circles, but space, matter, and time is the triad, isn't it? You need, in order for matter to exist, you need space. But in order for things to grow, they grow by way of time. So the triad is inseparable. So this is showing you here, obviously it's original, I say original meaning, but it's meaning in terms of that, in that nothingness state. And how, as I say, that same intelligence is then shown in the pattern of the birthing process, where triple darkness is the 3 trimester stages, isn't it? We start off as a fish or reptile, understand? Then second trimester, we are a grey or mormadu, you understand? Yeah, Ramadi, and some refer to that as, and in the third trimester, and we've got hair in the womb, we are a shaggy. So 3 sets of 3, yes, 3 sets of 3 months, 3 times 3, remember that? for AO members. Yeah, 3 times 3, and then it's showing you again. How we go through these different stages and these triad stages. So, triple darkness, ancients called it, and got triple lightness. It's corresponding chaos. So 62. Sorry, any questions? Any questions?
One moment. Right. Leah's got a hand up. I'll ask her to pose a question. Let me just unmute. So, Alaya, you are now muted.
Rahul, I did have 2 questions. The first one is, what existed first, dark matter or dark energy? And the second question is the soul of a child already determined from outception?
So the first question, so dark energy would precede dark matter. The dark energy would precede matter. Energy would always precede matter.
Okay.
Yeah. And so the second question was the soul, is the soul there from inception?
Is the soul of a child already determined from outception?
When you say already determined, remember there's 2 souls. So the soul, the incoming soul or the Ba'ah is already there, isn't it? Do you understand? Obviously the process of them, as you describe, inception as opposed to outception, I know what you're saying, where the person's 0 time reference is created. So that's stamping them within a certain form that's leading to physical existence. You understand? So that's their reference point in physical existence and within this universe. That secondary process is allowing the secondary soul to be created, known as the Ruh soul, which basically, obviously, gets activated at the point of breathing or breath. You understand? So I suppose there's 2 stages. That soul is already there, because without making it too complicated, it's a projection of the mental aspect of that being, understood, being projected down from that mental source, and at the 4th plane of existence, we refer to it as soul.
So then, is that with the inception? That's where the genetics of the mother and the father then kind of take place with on the making of the child, right? But that's different from before the inception.
Right, so conception is when that sperm and the ovum come together. Inception is where that happens mentally.
Okay.
Do you understand? So basically, I think in that same scroll that we're going through, not this one on the screen, but the mother circle of existence, it talks about both male and female achieving, I suppose, a version of perfect ovulation. So before the child's been born, the body is clearing itself or seeking to clear itself of all impurities to ensure that the child has the best or optimum growth opportunity. So that generally takes 6 months. But the mental, on both sides, the mental birth, obviously, of the individual or conception of the individual happens 3 months before conception. I think this is all about, which is where the 0 time reference is created. That is reflected, remember, in our ancestors, Shuar, which represents air, Tefafnatat, or they call Tefnut, which represents water or moisture, understood? And they gave birth to the son called Gibab or Sabab. Now, Gibab's or Sabab's symbol was the goose. and a goose is a bird of two elements, isn't it? It's on water and it also flies. Air. So Tafafnatat represented receptive thoughts.
Receptivity, okay.
Yeah, receptive thoughts. So thoughts one receives. And then Shua or Shu, dative air, represented perceptive thoughts.
So then is that another way of saying that the oversoul plays an interactive part before the inception actually takes place, then conception actually takes place?
Well, it's showing that, well, the oversoul is obviously where this new soul is originating from to come here, so I suppose to experience this level of learning. What the inception is explaining is that the mental coming together of matter and material happens mentally first. So conception is a sum, because receptive thinking and perceptive thinking results in concepts. Do you see? Yeah. So concept. So the concept of the child was created, mentally before the physical aspect of it happened.
Okay.
So there's the etheric space that allowed for conception to grow into happened mentally first.
So then the oversoul is the counterpart. Then the child coming into formation is the physical counterpart of the oversoul.
It's not the physical. It will be a case of the soul that is coming in to being birthed is linked to the original source of energy.
Okay.
Do you understand? Because you're saying oversoul.
Okay.
So it's still linked to the soul. So maybe the better way to describe it is that, as I say, it is a projection down of that aspect of that soul, which we're calling an individual.
In the physical form, yeah? In the physical form as we know it.
Yeah, but but now what we're describing as physical, we've taken that physical back a further stage. So you have to understand that 3 months before is still physical, it's just at a lighter density. Understand? Because you're talking about energy creation before you get into the conception. All of this is taking place in the darkness, mind you.
Sure.
But you understand? Obviously, there's a mental birth before you get to the physical birth. Now, I understand what you're saying, because how the child looks, let's say. So if you imagine on the mental plane, the rules are slightly different, aren't they? Do you understand what I'm saying? So if let's say let's take another example. If you think about the house, the person, let's say their dream house, they think on the mental plane, they've already imagined what their dream house looks like, some people. You understand what I'm saying? Yes? So on that plane, they've already created it. But then now, as it steps down through the stages, i.e. the spiritual plane, overstood, yes, okay, we've got to get money to build it, we need to hire an architect, you understand, draw plans, so on and so forth. It's going to go through stages where we already know what the house looks like. But now it has to go through the stages for it to be produced. You understand? So the spiritual plane or whatever, okay, we need to create a blueprint of the house in order for the builders to work and build the house. So we create a new form of it so that somebody can use those plans to then go and build our dream house. Understand? But the house was already created mentally, but it's not there physically yet. So spiritual plane, okay, we've got our blueprint or black print, you understand? Where we've drawn out how the house is supposed to look. The plane of force, next plane down, okay, we need, what initiates force, fakely maybe in this society, is okay, I need enough money to build it. I need people, understand? Because they're going to be motivated by the fact that I'm paying them. So that's the plane of force. I'm using money to not force people, but to initiate the energy needed to build this house. And then on this plane now, you must destroy it in order to create. So we have to break down trees and different aspects of things in order to build the things necessary to build back the house. You understand? So we get a house in the physical. So in the same stages where you're talking about the child, yes, I understand what you're saying, that soul was already there existing as a projection down.
Right. Okay, so because without sounding silly, right? But the thing is that if it's been said that the father is the one that provides the soul for that child by the spark, that's correct, right?
Yeah.
So then
in a male to female birth.
In a male to female birth, right?
Because if the woman was producing the child through parthenogenesis, she would do that herself.
Right, to her. Do
you see what I'm saying? So, but that spark is leading to the Rawuh soul, yeah, the breath soul. Do you understand? Which is being donated because there's two. You understand? Yeah.
This is what I was trying to get to. I was trying to get to that. I was trying to kind of graft that in a way that made sense. But yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, because it has to be So basically, remember that out of the millions of sperm that the man has, that one of them is going up, isn't it? It's almost predestined, I suppose. But the one that's going up is collecting something. So it's collecting the essence, which is plugs in at the molar chakra at the top of the person's head.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand?
Are you saying that if it's a male child, then the father is the one that provides that soul, but if it's a female child, then is it somehow different?
No, so remember when you think about male. When we say male, think about it like this. Yeah, when I say female, because if a female can produce another female through parthenogenesis, she's fertilizing her own eggs, correct?
Sure.
Right. So therefore, there's not a male man involved in that regard. So all of the processes she's sorting out herself. You understand? Obviously,
sure.
In that regard. But the what is fertilizing the eggs is coming from the Bartholin gland. So there will be a similar process of her picking up the spark in order to fertilize the eggs for a female. But that Bartholin gland in the woman, you understand, is in the man, isn't it, as the male principle. So all the man is doing, let's say all it is doing, he's a delivery mechanism for the sperm. External to the female. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what he's doing. But because our technology is so great, it's in genes and genetics and flesh. Because you're dealing, it's not a lab with a syringe, do you understand? Or someone placed in a test tube, because you're dealing with the Natharu. They control nature. So their version of the delivery device is the male sperm, isn't it? It's a delivery device. You understand? So, but it produces male and female, isn't it? Because the male donates a Y chromosome.
You know, I was going to ask you without being too long. So then, with conception, it's like, who would you say determines, the sex of that child to be male or female?
So the determination of that when it's a male to female relationship is basically if the
gender of the child.
So if the man has if the man at the point of conception, does that mean when he delivers his payload, understand? If he has more iron in his body than zinc, then the child will be female. So he's going to donate an X chromosome on his ready for he's going to donate an X. If he has more zinc in his body than iron at the point of release with that child, then he's going to produce a male child. He's going to deliver a Y chromosome.
Thanks for clarifying that. Yeah, that makes sense. So
that's what basically determines You understand? Obviously, the child's gender.
Okay, excellent.
So we can control. So we are a species that can control. If we knew what we're doing, we can control that.
We knew what we were doing.
Right, we can control. But it may be that nature at certain points. See, if there was an imbalance, for example, the woman may receive outformation from nature that says to her, "Hey, you need to start producing more children by way of parthenogenesis because there's too many."
That makes sense as
males being born, for example.
Definitely.
Because she's still connected into the network, isn't it? Yeah.
That's right.
So at a certain point in nature, like they give you the Komodo dragon. I think in actual facts number 19, they give you the Komodo dragon to show parthenogenesis because they say, well, and then she at times decides to mate with a man or male, excuse me, at certain times, and at other times she chooses not to. You understand? And there's even creatures in nature that change their sex, in order for procreation. So whatever's optimum to be produced, that's what happens. The difference is that, remember, with us, we're not subject to the seasonal birth situation. We can procreate at any time. You understand? Obviously, what we're seeking to get back to now, as we're getting into more knowledge and asking these types of questions that you're asking, is that we're now thinking, okay, we know the reason why we should do it. You understand? And that's why we say, okay, well, this is why we need to live a certain way or follow certain rules, because we understand the ultimate goal is to produce star children. You understand? And so this is why a person may say, okay, well, I'm not going to sleep around because that's not going to be optimum, isn't it, for producing what we need. And actually, I need to make sure if I'm a man, for example, I need to make sure the environment, for example, for my woman, if she's carrying a star child, is peaceful and positive. Because we know what can happen if that's not the case. So environment and what's taking place is almost equally as important to optimum birth. And now we're coming into knowledge. Either we will start to make those corrections, and then obviously in future generations we'll just have it as part of this. That's just part of the culture. You understand? But you can see what we're fighting against, isn't it? We're fighting against a culture that says, no, forget about the importance of genes and environment. Just do what you want, do your own thing.
Sure. So you know, when for instance, when some little babies, when they're coming to formation, they have deficiencies, or they're born deformed and so forth.
Right.
Is that going back down into the generations that could just take place, like in a sense of supposing the father or the mother doesn't have any deformities, as it were, but then the child could come out, whether it be with Down syndrome or stuff like that? How does that work?
So it's a good question. So yes, so some things can happen during the birthing process. Do you understand? So while the 9 months, or from 9 months while the baby's in the womb. And then some things, because when you're dealing with genetics and genes, you don't just inherit, you can inherit any of the characteristics or traits from anyone in the 4 generations that you just mentioned. Do you understand?
Okay.
So I think what some people tend to do is they'll say, okay, right, so there may be let's say there may be a smoker. For example, let's say, I don't know, I'll say the mother, not to be disparaging. Let's say the grandmother was a smoker all her life. That smoking, she may have lived a very long life. So some people say, oh, my grandmother, she smoked cigarettes every day and she lived till 90 years of age. But the daughter, when she produced her daughter, let's say, for example, the daughter's genetics was a copy of the mother's genetics.
Okay.
So that's the damage from the smoking would have then transferred to the daughter.
Okay.
You understand? So then now, when the child is produced, if the child maybe had defective lungs, that could have been a result of the grandmother's smoking.
Okay.
But it just didn't manifest in the grandmother's life. Now you got it in the child's life, and then potentially other child's life, at least until 4 generations where the all impurities then are cleared after 4 generations. You understand? They come out at 4, so then you can restart or reset. So that's how, when they talk about the sins of the father fall upon onto the son.
You know something? I literally was just going to say that, because I was going to say, well, does any intervention take place there? You know, with the sins of the father or the sins of the mother or whatever it may be. Because,
so you go. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, so in a practical sense, that's a practical example. So, and then some diseases are hereditary, so they pass on. Some diseases are not, but the characteristics that can lead to those diseases can pass on. So some people might say, for example, that diabetes is not hereditary. I mean, the disease itself doesn't pass on to your children.
Okay.
But the taste for the foods that leads to diabetes, passes on. Which is what I'm saying. So this is why it's important to know what came before to deal with certain issues, if we need to correct certain things, or you need to know the family history of the partner that you're dealing with, because as you know, the combination of genes, because of certain traits, can lead to a disease manifesting itself. So if 2 people have sickle cell traits, one person on their own who doesn't have sickle cell trait, you won't get sickle cell. But if 2 people have sickle cell trait within the 4th generation, and those 2 things to come together, the baby's going to have sickle cell. So sometimes traits coming together can also lead to defects. But also, if somebody in those generations, remember, breaches natural laws. So, for example, there is a natural rule, referred to as the code of the races. If you do something, for example, to another race because of the color of their skin, that can fall upon your children. Okay, so if somebody said, let's say somebody went out there, like for example, the Mukasu went out raping black women because they're black. The laws kick in where they say, okay, we're not just going to get punished for the rape, you're going to get punished now into the future generations, because it carries more.
Who determines that law? You know, when you say the laws of nature, could you elaborate a little bit on that as to, in a structured kind of way, how would that actually happen or take place?
Well, what I'm saying to you, remember, there's certain rules, isn't it, within the environment that are standard. So, like for example, like pleasure and pain, a person must experience the equal amount of pleasure versus pain, isn't it? So the balance. There's rules that.
If I say, okay, I'm not going to experience any pleasure whatsoever, then I won't experience no pain.
Well, this in some people's extreme of that, isn't it? That's how the Hindus live, isn't it? And that's Buddha's. That was Buddha's kind of message, isn't it?
To avoid pain.
Right, but. What I'm saying is, see, people interpret that as good and bad. It's just a case of, it just is what it is. So we live a balanced life, not to one extreme or the other.
Moderation.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I don't know, but you experience pleasure. The person might go out and, I don't know, let's say you had sex on one day, but then you go out for a run the next day. You've balanced that out, isn't it? Work to ratio to pleasure. Okay. So it's designed, I suppose, as an incentive to reward a person for working. Okay. So if you think about a person going to the gym, it's hard work, isn't it? So
definitely
at the end of it, you feel that chemical release of dopamine into the brain as the reward. You see what I'm saying? So that's showing you this pleasure and reward. Balance. So I think we were speaking about in an earlier class, the woman controlled, so sex as the 6th force was used as an energy to make males work. You understand? So she would control, hey, okay, go out there and yes, babe, you want to get access to heaven, into the pleasure palace, into the Lotus of life, the garden he's doing. You understand? To such and such he's doing. Hey, babes, you got potential to be in this job or whatever. You got potential to be like the CEO or director, whatever the case may be. Go out there and do your thing. So there's a reward to the work. Not just get the reward and then there's no work, which is what happening now.
No responsibility.
Right, you understand? So the female controlled the energies. You understand? in a matriarchal society, to manage what's best for the household, which is not just a 4x4. You understand? A house, 2 bedrooms. Remember, sometimes we control land, acres, whatever, big environments. You see what I'm saying? To make that work accordingly. Now, obviously, that's just the 2 sides of how us understanding those rules means that we can live in an optimum way. Because another thing which is important is that because we as Nagaru vibrate the highest out of any races on the spectrum, whatever we set as the standard is the highest standard, isn't it? There's no one who can achieve a higher standard than us.
Sure.
So we were the example, or should be the example to everybody else. So us staying in alignment with those rules is helping us to ascend. But in this life, you're going to breach those rules. Hence why you need 24 to 24,000 times to perfect yourself. Because you can inadvertently break the rules. You understand? Or somebody can. Everything's not always purposeful. You see what I'm saying? Like if somebody ran up on you and you were defending your family or whatever, and you shot the person and the person died, you've breached the rules that pertain to taking a human life.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying? So, but you didn't do it purposely. You've done it to protect your family, but it's why they say to you, for example, that these higher beings or supreme beings, if they were to manifest, these etheric beings, if they were to manifest and you were pointing a gun at them, they would rather let you shoot. They'd allow you to shoot them rather than them attack you to take your life, because they don't want to get caught up in the rules that pertain to death. You see what I'm saying? So, but they obviously them having the ability, knowing that if they die, they just will revert back to an energy state. So they have that understanding, but they're not going to trigger that won't get caught up here. You understand? So that makes it particularly difficult, because you might find yourself in situations where you do need to take a person's life. Certainly not obviously all that comes with that. So the rules are the rules which are there to manage existence in a way that is not somebody sitting there like they've taught us in religion, that there's some God manipulating all of the different things. That doesn't work like that. The system itself is self-governing.
I was going to ask you, see the structure of the rules, of nature's rules within the universe, can that be broken? There's a particular structure. It's like a pattern, like the seasons, right? It just goes and goes and goes and goes. If there's a particular order within the universe of things, with that order, can that be broken in any way, shape, or form?
So the rules themselves, as they're set within that environment, what I'm saying is they can be not adhered to, you understand, but they can't be changed insofar as they are what they are. Do you understand what I'm saying? But somebody can decide they're not going to adhere to it, if that's what you're asking. Do you see what I'm saying? So they can. No, I mean, like, for example, somebody can create unnatural things within the natural environment.
Yeah, this is what I mean. That's what I mean, and that's what I mean. Like within the structures of the universe and natural nature, can something happen to basically disrupt that natural nature?
Yeah, of course. It's called chaos.
Yeah, to kind of like stop the natural nature cycle of things going and going. Yeah, so the natural nature that we are to abide by within that structure, something can happen to break that. So basically, remember, those rules are going to take into account natural and unnatural. Okay.
Do you understand? But obviously, for optimum liberty, you're going to want natural rules adhered to as opposed to chaos. So if chaos enters into the situation, mechanisms are triggered that are going to remove the chaos.
Okay.
You understand? Okay. As to what extent, or at least limit it to the point where it's not more than what it naturally should be. So if you think about it, if something enters into you that is unnatural and creates a disease, your immune system is going to do what? It's going to seek to eradicate that disease to a point where your body is back in balance again.
Sure.
See what I'm saying? So in those systems, nature will do the same thing. Or if it does require some intervention, it's because those who are managing, those Nathar who are managing that balance, certain things basically have, say, gone too far, or do you understand it, more than what it should be. So they intervene to the point to manage the chaos, but they don't get involved in every detail. So this is the thing which I think is maybe different to what people's religious understanding is that they're thinking that these beings get involved in every detail. They do not. Only to the extent of managing these rules, that is what they will deal with. You understand? So they're not going to get involved in, hey, you know what I mean? Black people are being targeted every time they drive into the city, and only black people are getting parking tickets. But it's like, yes, it's unfair, but they're not going to involve themselves in that level of detail. The same way you can't detect sometimes when a small fly or whatever has landed on your arm. You understand? And you get bitten. Sometimes you see it and you're able to flick the thing off. Sometimes you can't detect it. It's going to get dealt with at a certain point, but not necessarily at the point of application. And this is why you have your ancestors or your Salafu connection to deal with that stuff on the physical, because they are etheric, but they have access into the physical through you. So you utilize them in the environment to deal with these smaller issues or matters. And the Father are only going to get involved if it's dealing with things other than self for us as individuals, managing the environment. They're not going to get involved in these details. That's why we had the two elements to utilize them for our protection. In your personal life, that's why you don't go into a situation unarmed. You go in there with your ancestors and get them to deal with negativity and enemies. The issue is we ain't been targeting. We've been programmed to let white people off the hook. If they were the cause. I'm not saying they always are, but if they were the cause, we've been programmed to let them off the hook. So we never target them. We target our own people. We're quick to target those because that's how we've been programmed, but never turn the power on those. You understand? You got to get the shooter and the person who gave the order, not just the shooter.
That's right.
Because if you don't get the person who gave the order, they can send another shooter.
Exactly.
So you've got to get the source as the ontologist. Do you understand? And that means why the master keeps going on to us about separating. Because it's not clear then who. Well, if they wanted to intervene, let's say they did want to intervene. Well, who are we going to send the weapon for? Because some of us are walking the line of with them and us.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So therefore, then some of their children will get killed and taken out by whatever the thing, because we're all in the same place. And this is why they keep us around. It's a strategy. Yeah, so that whatever these great balls of fire or whatever could not rain down upon them, because there's us in there.
Right.
Till the time where it gets too late. So that's a strategy. That's why they never, not say never, but they don't attack teachers who say stay in the West. They attack the teachers who say go back to Africa. Yeah, because if we went to certain place in Africa where the temperature is so hot, they can't survive. They couldn't be around us like that. Sure. So we act as a form of protection for them. You understand? The word God, G-O-D, and the word guard, G-U-A-R-D, are the same word phonetically. We guard.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? The seventh son of Jacob, I think it's Gad. The word they're linked. When we put on the uniform, we act as the guard for them. As a protection. This is why religion is set up in a way to, as I say, maximize the pain of us as Nagaru to allow six systems. So yeah. So this is why it's important to learn this stuff so we can optimize how we bring children into the world and understand the rules, how they work, and make them work to our advantage.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Hold that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any other questions?
Right, I'm looking at no further questions. That is it.
Okay, let's just finish this page and then we will wrap up for today and finish in a couple of weeks' time. So, we got understanding of triple darkness and triple lightness. There's these two things, and then he's explaining how that triple darkness that exists within existence, we're seeing that the personification of existence in our species is the woman. Yes, as showing you these characteristics. Yes, so as you can see within existence, that is, so we came through a black hole. Yeah, when we arrived here, we arrived through a black hole, correct? And we can't go back the same way we came because it's too big. We're too big. We've expanded too much now. Yeah, so that woman was the bridge between the world we came from and the world that we are now in. Yeah, if we think on that. And then we came into this world upside down. If you look, think about the symbolism of that. Came into this world head first. Yeah, so, and what we're going to show you maybe when we get to some symbols is that, in fact, let me just show you an example now. How something is structured changes, or the shape of it, changes the meaning. Right, so look here, let me show you this one thing. Let me close out this point actually. Now, look at this. This is why it gets tricky. So we see here that the U, you understand, symbol, or double U. So W and U is the same sound. So W and U is the same sound, correct? And in our Safaf, that means ether, as we can see here, correct? But you reverse it in the opposite direction. You see here on this crown, which we'll explain in part 4 in more detail, it is in the opposite direction, correct? And that means wabar. It's a symbol for hair. So when you invert and change things, it changes the meaning. Now, ether is a medium that allows obviously energy to travel from one place to another, and our hair obviously is a receiver in the physical that allows us to collect or capture ether. One of the ways in which we can capture ether, you understand? So we can see that in reverse. Now that 9 symbol, which it looks like a 9, doesn't it? Yes. Look at now. Think about the 7th letter of the alphabet. A G. You understand? Yeah? The G was originally the 9. And G is the first letter of the what? The word God. So you can see with certain, yes, you can draw the G like that, can't you? Yes? Or, which, the G, interesting enough, which I can't draw that type of G, but I think it's something like that, isn't it? The G is in the other direction, with 2 circles, it's something like that. And you know that the italic G, it's got a certain proper name to it, which I can't remember off the top of my head at the moment. But there's 2 types of G. Yeah, if you look it up, there's 2 types of G. There's one that faces in this direction, which I've not drawn correctly, and there's one that faces in the opposite direction. Yeah, and this is the G that they use for God. Yeah, It's called something loop. I can't remember the exact name. It's something loop. Yeah, the 2 G's if you look it up. Yeah. So the point I'm saying is that this inversing of the symbols means something in our culture. Understood? And so you have to kind of understand what way round is it, you understand? And actually, when we start really analysing, yes?
Sorry, loop tail.
Loop tail, thank you. Yeah, loop tail. That's what that G is. It's not my bad drawing of it. You know what G I'm talking about if you look it up. Loop tail, yes, is the second G, which you might not even realise it when you're looking at it. You didn't process it, that actually we don't draw it that way around. But you've seen it. And even in the book, the master teacher shows you it in the opposite direction. And you don't even, it's not even, sometimes you don't even consciously control it unless you really study or someone shows it and points it out to you what it is that you're looking at, that this G actually is in the opposite direction. Yeah, and actually you've seen it like that as God. That's not a loop tail G. It looks a bit like it. It's not the same one. So this is important in our understanding of that type of stuff, because now you're seeing just get that back to where it was. So now if I start to cover certain things now, let me just do this. Now, if I start to cover, so that's the symbol for water. If I start to cover certain things now, we're seeing that M there. If I reverse it 180 degrees, you understand? What do I get? I get a W. Yes, which is the first letter of the word water. You understand? Now, that W ties in, which we showed you before, as one of the letters for the breasts. Yeah, when you see it as the W, it's breasts. Yeah, which is the source of life or sustenance for a baby or child. Do you understand what I'm saying? Which looks like a sun because it has a circular shape, but also produces liquid for the baby as a source. Now, babies can't drink water at an early age. They are given milk. So in that liquid state, or naturally occurring liquid, you can see where just the inverse of these different symbols arise from. They're all coming from our culture and the same thing. When somebody says it, it might be one thing. When you see it now being done, you see, okay, well, where did they get the W from? Do you understand? You can see it right there in our culture. So maybe we accepted it without questioning it because it looked familiar. It looked familiar to our genes, not to our physical eyes. It looked familiar to our memory because it was based upon things that somewhere along the line in our genetics we had seen already. And this is the games that they like to play, which is why, as I say, one of the reasons why I learn language and we learn this Safaf again, because it just takes us out of all of the bull crap and the chaos and puts us back in the position of purity, of understanding, well, that's what that symbol means. That is what it is. That letter has a unique sound. It doesn't have double sounds. It has a unique sound. And you can start to trust in things again. And it's obviously keeping us in tune with our ancestry, because we're seeing the same aspects of the story in our own physical body, or in the female, or in aspects of the male. We're seeing this confirmation of this divine design, or this intelligence. What is being told, we're seeing it in the design, seeing it being communicated. So this is why we're saying pay attention to the detail, because our ancestors were all about details, because we're all about the smallest things. And too often we're fascinated with the shiny things are not the things that are sitting in the background. You know, how many of us have picked up a book, for example, and contemplated how the book was produced and given credit? So if we're saying, for example, there's a group of females in an office that have put together the books and put the diagrams and everything into the books, that's what's taking place in the darkness. As a consumer, you pick up the point of the book when it's finished and pay money for the book and then think, well, cool, I pay money, therefore I don't have to show any appreciation because I paid money to the book. Now, you might give respect to the author, but who put the cover together? You understand? Who put the words on the page and selected the diagrams and so on and so forth? Somebody did that as well. All that took place in the background, in the darkness, where they don't get credit. But the point that we are saying is that as Black people, Nagarnadu, in a sense, as Sabians, we're now seeing into the darkness. So we should have appreciation, not ignorance. We should have awareness that, right, it takes a lot of effort to put a book together of many different stages. So it's not just a case that we paid our money. We should be appreciative of the fact of all of the aspects that go into it and of those who don't get credit. Yeah, because maybe it's a need for us not to see how we move and how we do things. Yeah, because there's forces out there that will always seek to block what we're doing. So certain things have to stay in the darkness and remain there. Yeah, because if they don't know, then they don't know how to stop it in that regard. But we have to show appreciation because they get their love from us. Not just how we're taught as consumers, well, pay my money, then going about my business. The customer's always right. Not in our case. We have to be concerned about the producer and the consumer. In fact, Master Teacher expressed to us that we must always behave like the host, not the guest. Must behave like the host and not the guest. The host has to concern himself about every aspect of the event. They can't just rock up there, you understand, and just turn up and hey, things are just going to happen. So as a people, certainly on the come up, we have to think about all aspects. And this also requires us to pay attention for details and show appreciation for work and effort, especially when it's our own works done by us, for us, and by us, so to speak. Yeah, because of the effort and energy that's required. And sometimes we need to put more energy to make things happen between family than less energy to make sure things happen. Nature works in abundance terms, as I say, 777,777,777 sperm released for one of them, you understand, if possible, to hit that ovum at the right time. So certain times in breaking the spell between us, we have to put extra energy, yeah, to not take liberties between us as family in order to make things happen, because the forces around us will cause us to try and oppose each other in this environment, at least. Yeah, so that's why in breaking the spell, we have to do more sometimes, put more energy, yeah, in order to make the thing succeed, whatever it has to have to make whatever happen. So these symbols are deep. They're not just a thing, they're not deep to be, you're not entitled to know about it. If you're not, you're entitled to know about it because it was put in a book in front of you. It just means that we have to concentrate on them more and contemplate more what is being expressed. Yeah, without our own mind sort of kicking in, to be honest, or our ego kicking in to interpret what it is. Let it teach you. It's there to inform you. And, you know, these symbols will start to make a lot more sense for all of us and give us the clues, as I say, to unraveling the very mysteries of the universe, which you are genetically entitled to receive. Okay, any more questions before we close?
Right. Okay. Sorry about that. There's no more questions.
Okay. Well, thank everybody for staying on a little bit longer. As I say, we just want to cover in the death cycles and a few more symbols, I think, to explain in that regard. So that's more what's left on this class to cover in 2 weeks' time. So it's the intention to get through this and wrap it up to some kind of conclusion. Do you understand? But if you do want to find out, say, about how the rules pertaining to the cycles of life and death and resurrection work for us, why we've been given 24,000 up to 24,000 times to incarnate, and what we have to achieve, doesn't have to be a lot, but what we have to achieve in terms of these incarnations. Hopefully the lesser the better. What is it that you have to do in this life to basically be able to elevate to next levels of existence? You understand? What is it that you have to do and produce? And we're talking about that in the next part of this class, final part of this class. So if you're able, please seek out to make it. I think it will be really useful. And as I say, we're getting to uncovering a few more symbols about the mother and the games that have been played. And as I say, what you can then take in that understanding to reading more books around Wu-Sabat, really opening yourself up to make that connection with the frequency of Wu-Sabat to improve your ascension journey.